Hello.
Hello there.
Hello. Hello. Hello, everybody. How are
Hi.
you? Hello. Did you have fun looking at my dogs as they looked at me while I was doing work and ignoring them? And then it caused Dante to want food, and then I gave him food. But as soon as I brought food out, Buddy came over to also want food. So I halved another one because I don't have that many left. And I gave the smaller piece to Dante and the bigger piece to Buddy because Dante already had one. That's the kind of stuff you get if you show up for the stream. Anyway, we're playing some Zelda.
That's true.
Playing some Zelda today. Hope everybody is doing good over at home. Last time we kind of had a bit of an abrupt end. No
reason.
It
Don't worry
also
about it.
took forever to load onto YouTube for some reason. Like literally whenever I uploaded it last week, it fucking failed 4 times.
Oh my god.
I finally got it uploaded, I think on Saturday, or was it Sunday?
Huh.
I can't remember. For some reason, it just wouldn't stay up, and I don't know why. YouTube's been doing that to me occasionally, and I thought they stopped, and then that happened. Anyway, hopefully it doesn't happen again. Hopefully we're good. I'm guessing because I changed it to where the VODs are secured in a different bit rate than the stream is. Maybe that has something to do with like the things, because I wanted the bit rate to be high on the recording but low on the stream so that I could actually fucking do it. Because, you know, I don't have an internet provider that actually gives me what I pay for. Anyway,
Impossible.
we're gonna jump right in today over to the room.
Yay.
The super clean room that is super clean. And I only did one thing to it, which was move a single map, but doesn't it look cleaner? Everything's clean now. Everything's great.
Yeah.
Everything's wonderful. Everything's wondrous.
Sure.
Yes. We don't have anything new to talk about today. You guys all got your things last time. You guys all got your stuff. Everything's heckin' good. You guys got your all of your re-rolly things and things of that nature. Very good, very cool, very neat. And you also did some fighting. Does anybody want to tell me about the fighting?
We fought a giant fish man who wanted to beat up a child, and we were like, no thank you, sir. So we were like, we're gonna beat you up. And then we did, and he proceeded to fucking toss us like we were fucking baseballs all across the fucking stratosphere.
My new strat. It's my new strat forever.
Honestly,
It
it was surprisingly effective.
I thought you were gonna pick us up and throw us at each other. No, you were just gonna get rid of us.
Oh, there was in the beginning of the fight, that's what he was gonna do. In the beginning, he was gonna hit you against Marco, and then he got lower than half health. So he's like, no, I want you all gone. I want to take you on one at a time.
Be gone, thought.
But then heckin' Polo was like, nuh-uh to that, and saved Ronan from being yeeted. And then he almost got yeeted again by Gorthos reversing time. But thankfully that didn't happen. And yeah, we heckin' kicked his butt, but it was heckin' Rudan with her fucking little sword that came in and hit him in the heckin' shins, and he was like, you've hit my weak point, I guess. And he was playing dead. And Rudan, who totally actually believed she just killed a man, just was like, you're a bad man, so you can't be
a king. You're a bad guy, dumbass.
Exactly.
You stupid.
She
bitch.
gets it. And yeah, and then heckin' everyone had reassembled. Marco didn't die, like he was like he might have if we had just left him alone, because he fucking just crumpled when he was thrown. And we reassembled, and we were like, hey, that whole damn city belonging to the Zora thing, we're gonna get on that shit. Probably not right now, but later. And he's like, cool. Me and my boys are just gonna chill out here for a bit. And we were like, cool. And then we proceeded to heckin' spill all of fucking Link's secrets to the boy over here, to the Hosier boy. And that was a whole big thing. Marco had a talk with Hosier about that. And heckin' Polo and Gallon were like, hey, you want to try fucking encasing ourselves in a fucking weird tentacle cocoon so we can bang and have no one hear us because it's soundproofed, I guess. And they were like, sure.
Like, it seemed like a fun idea.
Did.
It seemed like an interesting idea to test out for science, and Gallon wanted her to be more pushy.
It's true. These are all things that happened. And then heckin' Ronan was like, hey Obra, how are you doing with this whole magic is hard now thing? Because all your magic got sucked out. And she was like, it's fine, I guess, even though it's kind of not, but it'll be fine. And then Ronan was like, well, I can't have that. My girlfriend being mildly inconvenienced, I can't have that. So heckin' he was like, I'm gonna take out my fucking ghosty goo gauntlets and transfer the ghosty goo stuff into you. And then he did that, but doing that destroyed the gauntlets. So rip in peace gauntlets.
They were really good while they lasted.
They lasted a long ass time too. They've been around for most of this 120 session campaign.
Yeah.
They didn't have like 25 durability.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
I would never put durability in my games. What do you mean?
Fuck off.
Good. Good, because it's a shitty system and no video game should have it. Anyway, fucking yeah. So that happened, and now Obra's even stronger than she was before, which is cool. And yeah, and then Gorthos was gonna ask Link some questions, but Deco's internet died.
Yes, that is exactly what happened.
So that's where we're gonna be starting this time, presumably.
Cool, you got fucking nuke, bro.
Heck yeah. Very nice, very cool. You know what I'm gonna give you for that? You're gonna get a reroll token. Yeah, because you used up all of yours.
It's true, I did.
We used up most of our stuff.
Yeah. Marco, I'll give you one more as well.
For real?
Yeah.
For real?
For real?
For real?
Forever?
Because you guys didn't have one and the other two did. Which means that I should give Ronan 2 for doing the recap.
Yes.
There you go. But yes,
cool.
I am cool. I'm so cool.
You are.
I'm the coolest.
You are one of the cool kids.
I am cool. I'm so the coolio. Remember that
cool,
for
Cody.
later. So with that being said,
I don't like where this is going.
I'm so cool. As we go back, that is as we go back deeper into the night, after the entirety of one of the carriages got engulfed in some kind of strange dark fibers and strange noises that only certain people among you can hear, like Dawn.
He can feel the motion of the ocean.
Yeah. And as you guys were all chatting amongst yourselves, doing your things, we will make our way over to Gorthos. Because last time is where we were going to end things off there. Gorthos was going to head over to Link, which Hosier is calling Ravio. But
yeah, Link, I caught that.
But Link, as you make your way over to them, they are laying in the front of the carriage, seemingly just looking toward the golden sword that they carry, letting it reflect the moonlight off of it. As they are waiting there, you make your way over.
Mm.
And we have more contemplative, yeah.
It is a fine piece of craftsmanship.
You can tell just by looking?
Who do you think you're talking to?
I think it's neat. I'm not entirely sure exactly all of its properties, but it seems to be magical or even something or other. You would think that it would have its own properties, but I believe it was made for the princess because of her latent magical ability.
He's come to understand that. It does remind him a lot of Zelda's old blade. But that was forever ago.
Perhaps it was made in a similar way. I can tell that some of the gold here is not gold, but potentially even goddess metal. Though I'm not sure if the one who crafted it knew that, or if they crafted it based off of some kind of a inclining or what have you.
He does not quite understand the fear of using goddess metal that's taken over the world lately, but
I wouldn't call it fear. More, I guess, restraint?
That's even worse.
You would think so.
He demands progress. That's all.
Progress for progress's sake?
The world can always be a better place. But
And the armor could always be a little thicker. And the mace can always hit a little harder. And the shield can always be a little bit less weighty. Right?
absolutely. You jest, but he knows that there is truth in his words.
There is. There always has been. I don't think that there ever is any problem, really, with progress or with perfection, but I don't know. I'd always seen it as spend enough time on one thing and you could have made 2, 3 other things in its time. Progress can still happen. Things don't have to always be perfect.
Maybe.
You never demand such things of other things, just of things you make. You never demand such things from your soldiers, from your friends, from your brethren. You never demand such things from royals or from people in power. You never demand perfection in anything, except for things like this.
Those things he can control. He can make them better. People are different.
People can be made better.
Yes. It's just harder. See, and he tries to guide them. You cannot force people to be better.
You've done it for ever.
Well, it's what he had to do. People wouldn't do it by themselves, at least not in a fast enough time frame. But
it's always that sort of thought from you that makes you you, but it also, I guess, is also that sort of, oh my god, dog, come here! Anyway.
dogs. Dogs.
It's also that same sort
Yep. It's fine.
Sorry about that. I was trying to be very silent and only talk whenever they weren't being really loud. And then as soon as I say anything, my dog, for the first time, raises his voice against all of the other dogs in the background. God. Anyway. What was I saying? Sorry, before the Wolfos. It's also that same thing that I think maybe, I don't know, feels weird to me.
I think you should have pushed harder for you.
Pushed
You
harder.
feel you're lacking.
No. Whenever I would remember you these past 1,000 years, I did search for you, you know, in the different guises that I had. But I will also say that going around on adventures and finding different things and aiding different people was interesting without having you around. Not better, definitely not. I missed you from every fiber I could. But it felt more like I was doing something instead of I was always being helped. Yet the one thing that I feel that I could have actually done to help you, I could never do. No matter where I looked, I couldn't find head or tail of you. Not a single bit of your feel, not a showing of your work.
It is hard to find in the lost woods.
Whenever I would ask people about you, after about a couple 100 years, it almost felt like you were already gone into legend. I guess it was understandable. I don't always, again, remember everything, and sometimes I don't remember much of anything until the last of my days. But it always made me wonder why everyone forgot you so quickly whenever you would do everything you did.
The mystery he could never solve either. He assumes it's just people again.
I felt weird about it. Whenever people would talk about me, they would talk about my exploits from my past lives. Not even at me in particular, just legends and myth, and it was embarrassing. Especially because I knew that there was always another person behind me that was enabling all of that, that was helping me. But that person, why could I not find them? Why couldn't I let them know that I was having fun? And then, out of everything, someone else finds you after I die.
Fate has been uncharacteristically subversive this time around.
Oh, believe me, I am not surprised. Ever since they were a kid, that Marco was always running off doing one thing or another. Honestly, I should have known immediately that it would be someone like him that would find you instead of me.
There's always someone with more sense of adventure than rational sense.
It's more than that. It's more than a sense of adventure. It's more of, I don't want to say an obsession, but in a good way. I think that someone had to think similarly to you in order to find you, if that made any sense. Someone had to be hyper-focused on something. Someone had to be good for good's sake, like Ronan. Someone had to be talented and wondrous, like Galen. And yes, someone had to have a love for adventure, but a deeper love, more of a... I would adventure for my own sake, for wanting to feel something like that, for glory. Whereas someone like Marco would adventure going off to these different places just for enjoyment. Pure passion, yeah. I think that those three and their passions resonated with you. Their deep want for good, their understanding for knowledge, and their passion for adventure. They were things that I think really resonated with the Triforce of Power.
It makes sense. Consider.
I'm still surprised it remained.
We've seen the Triforce act in stranger ways, have we not?
Yeah, but I tried to make sure it wouldn't cause any problems. It's difficult to say. I don't have all of the knowledge from me, but there was a time that I remember defeating someone who held that very Triforce. And whenever I got it from them, I tried to take it away. Somewhere that nobody could get it. Not even I. Yet, it found those three. Drained of its power in some way, but still found them. Makes me wonder exactly who or what brought it to them. Especially now that Polo has one. The daughter of Antares is very impressive.
Well, he can tell you how she got that.
I can already tell that it has left Galen. My thoughts are that they have somehow found a way to do the impossible and change fate. It seems normal for people around you to be able to do that.
The greatest power that mortal kind has is the ability to dictate fate. We've always known this. And the gods have always known it too. They won't admit it.
It's always known, yes, but it's never lost its luster.
Of course not. How could something this inspiring ever lose its luster? But
Sorry, my mind is somewhere else. You came over to speak with me.
yes, as the mention of gods of old, you spoke with Demise.
I have. I've
What a-
spoke with them several times, in fact. I'm sorry
When? Where? What did you talk to them about?
I'm sorry that you have to find out. God dang Wolfos. Come here. Come on.
I'm gonna eat that Wolfos into the fucking sun.
Up here, both of you. Lay down.
Sunfos.
Leave them alone. Shush. Don't you growl at me.
I'll kill you.
I will. I will yeet you.
It calls your bluff every time.
It's been several times throughout my reincarnations. Recently, it's been more often, but I have spoken to him even a couple of times whenever we were gathering with each other.
You did not think this would have been relevant information to let him know about.
I did, but I also... Demise, after I defeated him, he had never done anything. He isn't the same Demise. I guess what you'd call him now is more of a reincarnation, like us. But whenever I had found them, all those years ago, all that time, they had asked me to leave them be. They promised me they wouldn't do anything to anyone, and there have been close calls over the years, but they've hardly made any presence inside of Hyrule.
It's called biding one's time and plotting, Link.
Then
Demise were to tell you the sky is blue, he is lying to you.
Then why did he do nothing after you were gone?
He's done something. It's not like he hasn't been influencing people. We've run into him and his acolytes before.
Yeah. I don't think that he's good. That is not something that I'm trying to say. He has, again, had a couple of times where he's looked as if he's about to relapse, or even looked as if he's going to try to do something terrible, but every time I've seen it, I've been able to stop it. I know that this isn't something you want to hear, but I do think that he's at least been trying. Most of the times that I've seen him close to going back to the way he once was, he's either lost the heart to go for it, or there have been people around him that have pushed him for it. Those who know of him, or at least feel him. I didn't want to bring it up to you, or Ivori, or Volcircuit, or anyone like that, because he hurt you. He hurt all of you. He hurt everyone. But
Yes, he ruined everything for everyone for years. He's the reason you died the first time.
he isn't.
His temper tantrum was. It doesn't matter. It came from him. He's literally the source of the evils that corrupt this world. So excuse him if he doesn't believe for a second that he's trying to change his ways.
That force that I fought before, the hatred that he had, we called it Ganon for a long while. It's something that usually only appears between your incarnations.
It's come back before.
It's like it avoids you. And once it's gone, it removes all understanding of it. This is not a secret that I've tried to keep from you. It's more, after it's gone, it completely disappears. And when it returns, there's only a few of us who's ever able to even remember anything of it. I don't know if it's magic, a curse, or just nature itself.
Let's call it a blight.
I've fought it a couple of times, from what I remember. And again, it usually only ever comes when you're not around. But that isn't the case as far as the last time, from what I know. For the last 1,000 or so years, it has been here in Hyrule. I don't know how, I don't know why, but it has been biding its time. It has been growing. And if Demise had anything to do with it, then they would have already brought themselves to it.
They'll concede. Aghanim and Vati's plans. Being opposed by Demise is confounding to him.
They're loyal to that darkness. They're loyal to that evil. They are not loyal to Demise. I've seen it several times. demise has been tried to be used and have nearly fallen victim to it due to his own shortcomings or tricks that have happened around them. They are now shut away. They shut themselves in. They don't want to be around it. But even they can't stay away from everyone. All this time alone, they can't do it. They're sort of like you that way. They really want things around them, people around them, but they can hardly find anyone to trust.
Of course he does. He needs slaves after all.
Like I said, I do not think he's good. I do not think that he is a good person or can ever truly be called that. But as far as the crimes of Ganon, he is innocent of those. The darkness that was in him that I purged with the hero sword, that is what has taken over. That is what took over you. And that is what's always been descending upon the land ever since. Through small ways like the monsters, or through big ways. Almost everything you can think of that has had some kind of malice to it, some kind of darkness around it, can trace some of its roots back to that darkness. There are outliers, obviously. There are those out there who do bad for bad's sake. But when it comes to crimes and woes against the world and the gods and Hyrule itself, there has been no one throughout all of time that has not done as much damage as Ganon.
In that you speak truth. Ugh.
I'm sorry that this is something that I haven't told you before. It's...
Why hide it?
Again, when it comes to the Ganon stuff, I don't ever remember. The incarnation that happens to me dies with the knowledge. And whenever it's not here, it's difficult to remember. But now that I know of its presence, everything is sort of finding its way back. Yet, from what I can tell, even praying to the gods, no one truly knows much about it besides its origin. Everyone forgets.
These reincarnations, more and more, he realizes are curses in of themselves. Seems everything is doomed to be a cycle. Except now, or at least for him.
It makes me wonder if that has something to do with it.
What? This being his last time.
I think, and don't think that this is something that I can really say, but this may be a last-ditch effort from them as well. They've been planning this for so long, even before you fell asleep for as long as you did. They've been gathering power for much longer than we either of us understand. They even integrated themselves into the heroes. Somehow you fell asleep for 1,000 years, away from where anyone could find you. And during these 1,000 years, I've seen nothing of them, despite continuing and going about as I normally would in my reincarnations. Yet now, in a reincarnation where I did nothing to really help other than adventure, I was destroyed. You were resurrected. And everything seems to fall terribly into place. A lot of crazy mages and groups are trying to reunite that anger with demise. If this isn't a last-ditch effort to bring back that darkness, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it'll be fully gone this time or if it's something else entirely. But there's only one person who might know more about it.
Nice.
And that's why we have to go and see him. Despite how much I know you don't want to.
Rather just obliterate him and remove that potentiality of a reunited god of demons from ever coming back.
I already tried that, remember? And that's what sort of set us down this path. Whenever I first killed Demise with the Sword of Evil's Bane that was created. With the goddess's blade, I banished evil. But I had no idea where it would go. Turns out it didn't have to go anywhere. It just created something without any hesitation or any morals.
Well, let's do it again. Put him in a bottle this time. Bury him somewhere where he'll never be found. Like Termina, or Lorul, or the ocean.
I'm sure that we can do something.
The good of the world. You will entertain speaking to Demise for some time. Whatever comes of that talk, he cannot promise anything. You will never trust that creature again. No matter what happens in this lifetime, Link.
As I said, I don't think that he's a good person. I don't know if he ever can be. But that doesn't mean we can't learn something from him. And that doesn't mean we can't allow them to at least be away from everything else.
Does he deserve some peace and quiet from causing countless, endless cataclysms?
I think more than deserves. I think that this is what he has to lay in. As I mentioned to you earlier, just like you, he wants and needs for people to be around him. But unlike you, Gorthos, he will never be able to have someone truly be around him. Doomed to be alone for countless lifetimes. That is what he is. Eventually it will break him. It's already done it before. But every time he comes back, just like we do. He has to stay in that loneliness. And if he doesn't, he'll be defeated. And then he'll have to start all over again. I think that, in comparison, the two of us are in a much better position.
Yes. Despite everything, those things me and you did get quite a better deal out of them.
Thank the goddesses.
Yes. Yes, he should.
What did he
What?
say to you all last time you saw him? You said you saw him over at the Demon Manor, right?
He was summoned forth, the summit of demonkind, trying to decide the next ruler of their tribe. The discussion Gorthos was persuaded to stay out of by Volcircuit. But in any case, he was summoned. He released Gorthos and Volcircuit from something. He just still does not quite understand what. He spoke with a defeated but still somehow pompously arrogant tone of voice, and left mostly. We tried so it couldn't even stand up to him. We tried so hard to swing once.
That is the power of someone who once called themselves a god of demons.
I think he still holds sway after dying. After our rebellion.
I'd say it's been a long time since he died. He most likely has retained some power over the years.
That's just unfair.
More than a fresh reincarnation from me or you.
When does he get to come back with everything intact?
I think it probably has to do with him coming back as a flesh and blood demon. He has many more years than we do.
Technically, Gorthos has as many years as he can kind of cobble together.
And perhaps someone like the Gorthos of 1,000 years ago could have been too much for him. But you're plenty strong now. I'm sure you were stronger than you were a month ago at the very least.
Absolutely. He can do a fun little puppet thing with his bodies now.
Puppet thing?
Did I bring another skeleton with me? I think I brought it back up. I always bring it back up.
Pretty sure you have the
Right?
Donu on you.
Yeah. It's not like damn thing anymore.
Because you just switched out of that one.
Yeah. That's the backup.
You've never been able to do
Gorthos will-
something like that before.
Gorthos will demonstrate with the Donu body.
You bring out the Donu body, and again, as I mentioned to you before, it's not something you feel you can do in the heat of battle quite yet, but you do bring out the Donu body and have it move to your specifications.
Okay.
As it's well enough to train against, but definitely not something you can feel like you have full power over in the heat of battle. As she watches it, she looks down to you. You have never done something like that before.
Are you certain? He feels like he has.
I have never seen that. And you go out of your way to find me every time.
Well, the strangest thing is they sometimes retain their sassy personality traits. Not Donu. Donu is always stoic. The other two. Well, the other one, and this one.
Huh.
He still doesn't like giving hugs. He doesn't understand why that is.
Well, maybe it just goes to show how strong you've become. Very odd, though.
The other part was when Atalanta was found with her stomach full of wine. despite not having a stomach. You just tipped it over and it just kept pouring out. Like a whole minute worth of wine.
You have
You
given
know, we
me,
even had that much.
you have given me quite a lot to think about, Gorthos.
Drunkenness from wine is a strange experience. You still interested in drinking that Lon milk, though. Apparently, it's even stronger.
Oh, Chateau Romani?
Yes, that one.
I've also heard it's very good.
Hands on X. Leg.
Hmm?
You're thousands of years old. He doesn't care if you drank it.
I just know how you can get if somebody experiences something you don't.
Oh, yes, he wants to try it more.
We'll get some soon. That is my hometown this time?
Yeah, well, interesting that. Did you manage to find your horse again?
Oh, no. Not this time around. As I told you, I did a bit of adventuring before, but I believe I was found and destroyed far before I could actually do any real change to this era.
Well, unfortunate, but we're both here now. So is that monster.
For the time being, yes.
We'll make sure this era is something that will never be forgotten. At the very least.
Well, everyone seems to be off doing their thing. I will stay here in the carriage with Rudan. I believe
Fantastic.
that I probably should rest up for tomorrow.
Well, let him know when you need rest. He'll take your watch over the carriages. Until then, he has some experimentation to deal with.
Well,
Thanks.
happy experimenting.
If you hear a large explosion of lightning, he's probably fine.
Don't do that.
He has
The
a
child, don't do that. The child is sleeping.
We'll try to. You were fine whenever that happened. You slept perfectly soundly all the time.
I did not.
He's pretty sure you did. You never got up. If you did get up, you would have just told him. Told him to be quieter.
Good night, Gorthos.
Children. He just playfully shrugs and just shoos away at Link and just starts walking with Donu, actually.
You and Donu walk away. Donu is slightly slower than you, but you are able to command them to walk with you. You do remember that there was some problems before whenever people had heard you were messing about with this. It did feel strange for you to be controlling them, but right now it seems fine. Seems rather
That's
easy
good.
to have it work out for you.
Fantastic. Awesome. So, not this will come of anything right now. I don't intend it to at anything because I'm just jumping this right now. We're going to be practicing with Donu for a while.
You and Donu can go off for a little bit and attempt to practice your magics and whatnot.
Lightning shield, a physical shield. Let's go.
As you go off to do such a thing, we will go forward into the day. Ronan, Marco, and Polo.
B.
The day would come forward. You guys would awake from your different areas of rest. Ronan, you would have fallen asleep with Obra over by where the riverbed was. Both of you feeling very comfortable around there, as it was essentially one of the only places that reminded Obra somewhat of being around the two domains. Marco and Hosier, you guys would be sleeping over here with the tree. Hosier not wanting to fully make their way back over to the group, but at the same time wanting to still be around in case something had happened.
Yeah.
And Polo, you and Galland would wake up. You're not sure how well things would have gone, but at some point in the night, you noticed that the tendrils from Ophi would have returned to you. I will ask you, since it is a new morning, how much of yourselves do you want to put toward your various beasties?
Towards my aminals.
You have 3 nya, and you have 5 nya. Ophi will take at least one of them.
We're gonna give. We're still gonna give Orion. We usually give Orion 5, but we're giving him 4.
Okay.
And we're gonna give, because I still have 2 temp hearts, I'm gonna give 2 to Ophi.
Okay. What this will mean is that Ophi and any other Ophis you create will have 2 hearts instead of 1 hearts for this day.
Yeah.
As this goes down, all of you awaken. Polo, you will be in your high demon state as much as you can be. You are mostly used to that by now, so you are able to shut out most of the overreactive stimuli that is around you, but you can also turn that shit on and off if you want. As all of you would bring themselves to somewhat of a new morning, what exactly is going to be happening with all of you? Currently, you guys know you can make it back to Lon Lon relatively easily and make your ways wherever you wish to go from there. Getting the carriages through the doors now it will be somewhat difficult because they are no longer shrinking and growing. That being said, you could always try to ask one of the wizards or one of the witches around WitchCon to try to do that for you. One of them is no longer going to talk, however, the one that originally did all those things, so you might find it very hard to find them and do that. That being said, you guys could just leave the carriages over at Lon Lon and then come back and get them later. What would you guys like to do for the day? You also finally have all 3 of the treasures.
Yes, we do have the
It's true.
We have the sacred treasures. So
Treasures.
my initial forward thought would be telling the boulder he and his boys can chill the fuck out for a little while. In the immediate of, hey, you can chill, here's the shiny. We have it now.
From where you are currently, that would be a day's trip. You could also go to Lon Lon and send message to them if you'd like instead.
I mean, it might mean more if we do it though.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I'm just letting you know it would be around a day's travel if you guys want to do it. And we can skip over that, obvious. We can go.
Yeah, I was like, we can probably skip over that and then just be like, ooh.
I'd be fine with that.
Either man, you roll 7 times on a random encounter table.
In the area right now between these two warring factions, you're not gonna find many people wanting to start a fight.
There's at least one bokoblin here.
I just imagine, like, while they're in the cart to deliver the ruby, they're just talking, like, hearing stories about how the Gorons love eating rocks and how the Goron's ruby is their prized possession, but they have to really be careful who holds on to it because other Gorons are very interested in eating it. And it's just like, does it have a flavor? And then someone just licks it.
Someone has definitely licked it before.
Marco has definitely licked it before.
Link just tells you as you're saying this, just like, oh yes, why do you think they keep it away from their major settlement?
Yes, it's true. They can't.
It's the closest thing to cherry flavor they'll ever have.
It is, though. It's the problem. Let's can attest to it.
I've heard they've had things called rock steaks. Are they actually made
delicious.
of rock?
We've had some of those, haven't we?
Have we had rock steaks?
Ronan has tried one.
Okay, we have had rock steaks.
Yeah.
I've always wondered where they harvest them then.
They literally bring it out of the ground. You can mine it with a pickaxe.
Now that just isn't fair. It's a very specific rock, and they do have preparation, and it's delicious.
They literally have meat mines.
We also have a meat tree in our house, so I mean, is it really that different?
Yes, exactly. They have meat mines, which means they don't just walk outside and grab a random rock off the ground.
But they can if they
They
walk
just
by
swing a-
one.
Well, you can
There's
eat
in a
grass too,
mine.
can't you?
Does
You
that
should.
does that mean that rock roast is possibly a finite resource?
Don't
At
tell
some
them
point,
that.
the mines
Hmm.
at some point the mines would have to dry up, and you would have to let the minerals replenish somehow. But I heard that can take hundreds and thousands of years.
Huh. You suppose it technically could be fun.
I wonder if I put rock roast in the garden, if I can grow rock roast. This could be an economic
Profound
advantage.
effect on your mind, hasn't she?
This could be an economic advantage. I wonder.
You know what? He does miss Jasna. Hmm.
She goes into like thinking mode, like little like Winnie the Pooh. Think.
Oh, the amount that I definitely see, like after the campaign is over, like where are they now? Polo and Jasna have definitely started a business venture revolving around the garden.
Just go for it. You make that bread literally grow out of the ground.
It's like she never left.
I still hear her voice every day.
Maybe if I really take on economics, she'll come back one day. Ever since I told her, she reminded me of my mom, and then she left screaming.
Meanwhile, Jasna just somewhere in the desert looks back at you. I told Gallon to tell you all where I was going.
It's been 10,000 years.
Gallon just goes do 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 do.
Oh, that Gallon as he gets smacked with a fucking metal boomerang.
Don't worry, Polo. She'll come back one day.
I'm sure she's just too busy for us.
Gallon, you little bitch.
Upon waking up and you guys starting to make your trip over, you will find, Polo, that over the night, baby has grown slightly. And by slightly, I mean they've grown around a hand's length in height.
Oh.
Over the course of the night.
No, look at him. His existence is still a distressing permutation of natural orders.
Well, he was just born, and they grow very, very fast, so they say.
Oh, they do. It's true.
We gotta get you to your dad, little guy.
Dad.
Well, yes, I'm going to present him to Vega.
Right. Oh,
Brother
no.
Vega. Oh, no? No? I promised him the egg. I told him I would find a way to hatch the egg, and I would minorly tame it so that it wouldn't be hostile towards people, and then I would present him with it. And this came out of the egg. He was expecting a rock, but I don't think he would say no to a dragon. Do you think?
No, he wouldn't.
That's why I keep wrapping him with Vega's pants every time we go to bed.
So that he can associate the scent with safety, and then maybe he'll imprint on him as soon as they see each other.
Gallon just holds up a pair of jorts.
Why do you have a pair of pants?
Well, none of the rest of you would wear them.
Oh, he sees. He looks at the dragon baby, just looks at it, just
You'd
he can see it in its eyes. It's already more clever than him.
You'd be surprised how much scent can actually go very far in terms of taming anything or anybody.
What?
Or anybody.
Okay, that's what he thought you said.
Well, why wouldn't I say anything else? We too are very sensitive to scent. Demons more so.
Perhaps he's just forgotten that, considering he just kind of does the motion around his fin. Just
Yes.
no knows that.
Well, I mean, there are certain animals that smell in different sorts of ways. I heard reptilians smell through their tongues.
Is that why Volcirca is always flapping his jaws?
That's why the jorts are wet.
Huh? Huh?
I thought
No,
it was just
it
because
could-
they were water jorts.
No, it could also be baby slightly teething a little bit and wanting something to chew on.
Ah.
Oh, he needs a teething toy. Gorthos can do that.
Yeah, Gorthos, you wouldn't mind. Holds out a hand towards you, looking just like with a smile on their face.
These are not for chewing. They still have at least a few thousand years on them. And even if they didn't.
This is like ... And even if they did.
He can make one easily. He just doesn't know how long it'll last. He kind of missed the teething stage when Volcircuit was aroused.
Hmm.
Kind of already fully grown.
So I didn't really think about it that hard. Y'all were babies at one point? I just assumed you came fully grown.
The absolute audacity.
I don't think that's how that works.
Gorthos. Huh. Did Gorthos have flesh once? Like, really have flesh once?
Yeah, and you have these big old bunny
Gorthos.
God damn it.
Fucking Star Rail. Gorthos knows he was fully grown. He does not recall if he was born like a normal infant was born.
I don't think anybody remembers the moment they were born, Gorthos, but maybe you have memories of childhood?
I can't find the actual thing where all of the Gorons were. For some reason, it is just not in the thing. So I'm gonna grab this large lava area that we had for whenever you guys got thrown in the lava.
Let's not worry about that. Gorthos remembers he did have flesh once, but he was large. He was working he walked into well, it wasn't the fire temple at the time. It was this grand fortress citadel, stone and iron. He ignited the forge, got to work. Just a blur of day and night coming through the windows. Tools he was never satisfied with. Yes.
We talked
does
about
not
that. We
remember.
talked about that last night.
Hmm.
How you can
Yes.
never find anything satisfying.
It's, that's, actually, there is one thing he was satisfied with. He just doesn't know where it's gone.
Well,
His smithing tool, his hammer. He doesn't know where it went. He thought the Gorons might have had it, but it's not there.
I don't remember your smithing tool.
It's the only thing that he could use to make proper equipment for anybody. Use it for Cartani, Gorda, the boulder. Evori never wanted anything out of it. He thought those talent sheets were very stylish, though. Not that you'd ever need to use them, but they were sharp. They were sharp, literally and stylishly. You thought. You don't recall this. He's always had his tool. He's had to find it sometimes, but usually it's buried with him. Very least.
Interesting. Maybe I just don't have all my memory back yet.
He knows he's made equipment for you using it.
Or maybe I pushed it away from my memory.
I feel like at this point.
What was
Yo,
that?
I can't find all of the Gorons for some reason. I can only find like 3.
It's fine.
I'm
Well,
like,
just
I'm
load
pretty
in
sure
time.
I'm
Yeah,
pretty
yeah.
sure there was a lot of them.
There were.
There was a
Yeah.
fuck ton of them.
I can only
Put them in
find
a
like
bag?
3 of them. Oh well.
Fuck it, we'll do it live. Well, he knows at least where his cloak is. He'll collect that at some other time. But it's his smithing tool he's really concerned about. Not sure the forge of the man at our home would survive the use of that, but you never know. He knows the one in the fire temple would definitely know. It was made for that in mind anyway. Well, he made a new one with that in mind. It did not survive the standard forges that Demise set up in that fortress. Oh, good times making that one. 2, 7, a lot. It was a process, you see. You finally figured out the right alloy composition, though.
Link seems to be trying to think to remember it, but as you remember it, you reminisce it fondly. You guys will, for the most of the day, travel all the way over. Nope. Your little guys didn't come with you. How dare they? I thought I unlocked them. I blame
How
Emerald.
could our little guys do this to us? They betrayed our trust.
I blame
They
Emerald.
must die.
There we are.
I don't know why, but I feel like it's Demise's fault.
It's probably Demise's fault. If not Emerald's.
I've done nothing wrong.
Gorthos falls off bike. Demise.
As you guys would make your way
Honesty, though.
off toward the Goron camps, upon getting near enough to them, you guys would find that there are the little roly boys who would make their way to and fro from there. As you would find that these roly boys would come to you, they would be asking what you guys are doing, why you were coming from the direction you were coming from, since you guys would have been coming from the main Zora camp instead of from Lon Lon this time. And you would let them know, you guys would talk, and they would go and get Valduni to welcome each of you. As they would make their way and you guys would find yourselves right outside, you would find that the large hole-like structure that was here before seems to have been rudimentary, covered in stones. They did tell you that they would stop trying to dig their ways all the way into all the Hyrulean settlements, including Castletown and the Dam City.
Mm-hmm.
And they would stop trying to put bombs throughout everything. They told you guys that before. However,
that would have made a fucking underground.
However, they have yet to retrieve all of the bombs from all the different places because you guys have not given them a reason to do so.
Did you tell me they just buried a bunch of bombs?
They have indeed buried a lot of bombs throughout all of Hyrule. However, you guys would have came to them and told them about your interactions with the Zora King, would you not? Or previous Zora King.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. By the way, Gorthos would switch out into the Donin body because Vol'jin would probably get confused again.
You guys, upon mentioning all of this to Valduni, move, get over here, other Gorthos. We don't need you here. We need you right now. Get over here, Goron's Ruby. You guys can hold on. There you go, Magic Frog. You hold on to the Goron's Ruby.
He's become infinitely more powerful.
As you guys would tell this to Valduni, Valduni would at this point be relatively still wanting to wait about your entire conversation. As you get to around the point where Rudon has tackled this person and stabbed them fully in the back, defeating them, you do find that he looks with a bit of hesitation over to the small frame of Rudon.
That is the granddaughter of Goro. Do not underestimate that.
I saw it happen.
I saw it happen. I was right there. We did it. Shut up.
Yep.
The descendants of his line are just as impressively dangerous as he was.
Impressive, huh? I don't know. You say this one is the bloodline of I can speak, I swear to God. You say this one is the bloodline of the great Sky Touched.
Yes.
But wasn't the former king also of the same blood?
It is not as if he was an easy fight to fight against. It's especially when he was empowered with those magics and a piece of the Triforce.
I see. He was rather formidable whenever he had fought against the hero of the Gorons.
Yes, your champion.
Well, so I guess that would mean that this one here is the new king.
She will be.
Soon enough.
I would never take over as king from the current king, no matter how much they don't want it. I suppose that's fine. Yeah. Very honorable. Very honorable. Can I see this blade that was able to destroy a great evil from this world? Oh, he's still alive.
She is honorable and merciful.
So the blood of the Sky Touch still lives.
I mean, regardless of whether or not that was true, that was going to be the case.
We're both that, apparently.
Yes.
Don't think too hard about it right now, Rodon. There are other things that need to be thought about. Such as allowing our good friend here the chance to examine your mighty blade.
You see Adam look over toward where Rodon is as they hold on to the diamond sword. He then steps forward, and instead of giving the sword over to them, he hands over the diamond spear to him. It is of the same make as this. Oh, this here, this is one of yours, isn't it, Gorthos? Let me see. He starts twisting it around, looking it up and down. Oh, it seems to have a little bit of wear and tear. I can't believe we didn't do any upkeep for it.
He's been busy being in a box underground.
Meanwhile, it's like sparkling and pristine.
Yes, it is absolutely pristine.
He is aware of all the nicks, Boulder.
It looks as if you barely cleaned the blood off of it.
He had no control over that. That was Adam's duty.
I have very thick blood.
That too.
It was a joke.
Was it? Oh, he thought you were being serious. It happens to be.
Oh, I see. All right, so it was made from. Oh, it's that! He just throws the diamond spear behind him as Adam goes, bah! And goes to catch it. He then rushes his way forward toward where Marco and Ozier are.
Boulder, wait!
Do you try to stop them, Marco? He's trying to go through you.
Wait, don't
I think I'm
crush
stun
that.
locked with a big man's coming at me. I wasn't expecting it.
Hosier is going to try to roll to save you.
Just surprised Pikachu face.
I would like, it's a new day. I want to use that on Hosier's roll. Give him a D6.
Are you gonna give him a D6? All right, roll a D6.
Yeah. Please be the high number. 6, let's fucking go.
That is a 17 altogether that he rolled, adding on to his things. You guys just see Hosier dive and knock Marco away. As
Marco!
As he rolls straight up toward Radon and looks over to it. I know that's Blade!
Yeah?
Do you?
That's one of ours, yeah!
One of yours?
Yeah! That was given off a long while ago. This is one of the first blades forged by my boy!
Huh?
Oh, so it was your son.
Yeah, back when, well, it could. Oh, that's wonderful! As he looks it over, he just is watching it as Radon has it aloft, holding it to the sky.
In all honesty, he may have considered it actually one of yours.
Oh no, I don't do that anymore. I just critique.
What do you mean you don't do it anymore?
I don't do it anymore.
Why?
Uh-huh.
Williams, you think you're too old to do it nowadays?
Oh no. Once I made my magnum opus, I thought about cutting off my hands.
That would have been a terrible idea.
Yes, my son told me.
Good.
And
What
thus I
you
did
can-
not.
Good.
See? He holds
Good.
his hands up.
I see.
You notice there is a slight nick on where the wrist is on the side of where he
Oh my
holds it
god.
up.
You had your son pulled you away from the blade, didn't he?
No, it was completely voluntary. He could never have done such a thing. I'm very large.
So what do you consider your magnum opus so we don't consider other things about it right now?
Well, do you really want to know?
Yes.
I had created a hammer of unwielding power. I called it the Mega Boom Hammer!
Mega boom hammer.
Yes!
Hmm.
And the Mega Boom Hammer, the name just came to me one day. The Mega Boom Hammer was able to
Is that
defeat a
so?
dragon in a single blow! Not that there are any of those around anymore.
It wasn't Wait, did you hit Vol Circuit with that?
Oh, please! I could never find Vol Circuit. When he says like not like there's any more of those anymore, Gallon just hides
Hides.
the,
Yeah.
the small dragon.
The Mega Boom Hammer.
Yeah.
Where is it?
Well, I was only able to swing it around one time.
Did it break on impact?
It didn't break on impact. It did exactly what it was supposed to do.
Oh dear goddess.
Did your hammer
exploded?
Yeah.
Oh. Zelda,
Damn near took half of Death Mountain with it.
Why
So, do
would
you like put a bomb on a stick and call it a hammer?
No, don't be silly.
That sounds horrible.
A bomb couldn't have taken out the entirety of Death Mountain.
Why did you try to blow up the mountain?
I wasn't trying to blow the mountain up.
You were trying to blow up a dragon.
Kind of.
He missed you, Boulder. He really did. What do you mean, kind of?
Well, okay. So, you remember Clark?
Yes.
The large Goron, the one that literally couldn't come with us down into the forest because he would be like a walking hill.
Yes.
Yeah. So I had Clark absolutely crush down, almost to a fine powder, all of the bombs we could find naturally growing throughout Death Mountain. Some of them exploded.
Okay. Well, obviously, but that's to be expected. Go
And
on.
it came down into a crystalline form, almost as if we created a diamond out of pure gunpowder.
There was like indignation and frustration in his stance. Now he's like hand on chin, just intently listening.
You're not talking about like the cursed crystals we've come across, right?
Cursed crystals? No. This wouldn't be cursed or anything. It was a black diamond that could explode.
Go on.
Yeah. So, as we made these black diamonds, we kept on crushing down more and more. Finally, we were able to get one that was the perfect shape. And the rest of them, I don't know, I think we lost them. Either way, as we crushed it into the perfect shape, we placed it upon the great Begoron sword.
Is that why he can't find it in?
And when we placed it upon the massive Begoron sword, we created it, the Mega Boom Hammer. And then we handed.
How did you stick it to the weapon?
Oh no! We crushed it on the weapon.
Oh.
Yeah. And then we
Okay.
handed it off to the hero, and they defeated the giant weird monster dragon.
Your son.
No, the hero. Your son.
Oh,
Looking over to Link. What's Link's expression right now?
You're telling him.
They've just
You
been
handed-
smiling and watching.
You're telling him. You not only made the single most devastating explosive on the planet. You turned a sword into it,
Mhm.
and then you handed it over to Link.
Yes, and then we lost half of the northern mountain.
You lost half of the northern mountain.
Yeah.
What possessed you to create this?
Oh, wait, it looked like that?
Well, the dragon was eating Gorons.
Fair. What dragon?
It was a large monster dragon. It wasn't like dragon. It was more like a great beast of some kind. Had a large demonic mane, but it wasn't a demon. It was more like a lion or a chimera of a beast. Long.
Lionel?
Similar, yes. You know Lionels. I thought they all died in the explosion.
No.
You can't just try and pull up a tribe Lionels. So, go ahead, Paula. Gorthos is having a moment.
I've never encountered a Lionel, but I've heard that they are
You're
horrible
welcome.
man beasts.
You do not say you're welcome about that. They were fairly reasonable at the right times of year.
I'm pretty sure there are some that are left.
Good. You gave it to Link,
Yeah.
and they swung it.
It was like a second sun appeared in the sky.
You
And then
made a
exploded a
sun
mountain.
sword.
And then exploded a mountain.
You
This is why I don't save. This is why I don't save the Gorons. This is why I'm leaving the Gorons to die. That's why I'm never saving the Gorons in tears.
You leveled the northern half of the mountains with a sun.
That was your son.
This feels. How long ago was this? I feel like this would have been documented in some way.
About 600 years ago, 6 or 7, yeah.
Why has this not been documented? Has this been documented?
Looks at Gallon, looks at Aster, looks at anybody.
Was this never documented?
I mean, there was an explosion. I read about it. Didn't really look that deeply into it.
I heard that there was a large earthquake in the northern part of the river domain several hundred years ago.
You understand the catastrophic consequences of an explosion that large near Death Mountain?
I was to the north of death. That's fine.
You have to remember the last time it went off.
The last time
Yeah,
it went off,
1,000 years.
oh, you mean, oh, you're worried about the volcano erupting.
Yes.
I
Yes.
didn't even think about that.
You probably should have.
This is what happened. He should have known this was going to happen. He was gone for 1,000 years.
It's like dormant or something.
It isn't.
Dormant means that at some point it'll be undormant.
Yeah?
So, okay.
It could be any day now.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, we're lucky, aren't we?
we are.
I guess we are.
I guess so.
Question.
Hmm?
2 questions.
Hmm.
Very important question.
Mm-hmm.
He has to ask you.
It was
Did
a-
Link get away from the blast? There's only one correct answer to that, Boulder.
You just see just a bit of giggling and held in laughter coming from Link.
he's staring at Boulder, though the
If they-
helmet's down.
I mean, the next time I saw them, they were fine.
Which was...
About 25 years ago. Or about 25 years after.
This will be pinned for later. The second question. Is Clark still around? He wants to have some of these crystals.
Oh, Clark, yeah. He went off to the west. Not sure exactly where he went off to. Every now and then I can still see him on the horizon.
West. Full circuit west.
Oh, yeah. Further than that, though. We don't want a full circuit to eat us.
He wasn't gonna eat. He doesn't eat. He spread that rumor again, didn't he?
He doesn't have a stomach.
It doesn't stop Gorthos either. It's just, don't worry about that. Like, but
We need drinks holy water.
That's true.
it's a problem.
But yeah,
What
good.
about-
Old Clark is probably fine.
Gorthos wants all of those crystals that you made.
Most of them are gone.
That's not a good answer to tell him right now. What do you mean they're gone?
Well, when the explosion happened, they kind of got spread apart all of Death Mountain and maybe beyond.
There's tiny suns scattered across Hyrule.
Ah,
I guess you gotta go find those shards.
So, Marco, you do know that after you had said it wasn't those weird crystals that we found, right? He did go, oh no, it was these like black diamond-like things.
It was
Yeah.
exactly what you just described to me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Anyway,
He's fine. Gorthos is fine. He's okay.
anyway. So you're sure that we don't have to explode everything underneath of the Zora camp now?
Yes.
Yes.
All right.
100% positive.
All
You
right,
never
'cause we
had a
lost,
reason.
we lost a good like week worth of digging. That's why I was making sure.
I know.
Fair and deepest apologies that we did not get here sooner.
That's fine. We'll start getting all the bombs out from inside.
Please do that.
Please do that. Like,
Don't worry.
I
they're
don't know
nowhere-
why you left them.
Don't worry. They're nowhere near the camp. We never dug that far. Most of them are beneath Lon.
Please get rid of them.
Oh,
I need you
The
to
boulder.
make that the #1 priority to get those out from underneath Lon of all places.
don't worry. They're just there for storage. We'll get them right out.
You can believe him on that. Gorthos has. He knows he has the boulder's assurance on the priority.
Anyway, back to what I was saying about this sword.
That sword is quite impressive. How does this relate to the sun crystals?
Oh, nothing. That was whenever I said that was the last thing that I ever made.
Right.
Yeah,
Right, your magnum
this
opus.
was whenever my boy made one. He handed it off to his friend.
His friend,
Yeah.
who was.
Oh, the future leader of the Zora. He made it after one of the sacred Zora treasures.
He sees now. Yes. Well, it's extremely impressive.
He even
It
tried
truly
making
is.
it small because he knew that a lot of people aren't as big and strong as we are. But that mostly meant that the one that he handed it to couldn't use it.
That is really funny, though, to think about. You're given a very powerful weapon you can't actually use because it's too small.
Gorthos never run into that issue before.
Believe me, if that one wanted to use it, he probably still could have. But I did wonder why he didn't bring it whenever he did what he did. Either way,
Yeah.
that right there, I'm glad it's in the hands of someone else.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure that the champion would be very happy for that as well, wherever he is at the moment.
He's
In
still
fact-
not heard.
In fact, now that we aren't going to be going off to do any fighting, I may grab a couple of my men and start making our way off into the deserts.
That's where the champion is?
Well, the last place we had seen him go, he was chasing after the remnants of those Zora, and I believe he had seen some of them make their way off into the deserts. So that's really the last place I know where he would go.
Wait a minute. He followed Zora into the desert?
Those ones who are disappearing because of the Gerudo, yeah.
Oh, is that why they're going in there?
It's some weird magic-y stuff. It's a lot to explain.
Have any
But
of your
yeah,
people been disappearing also?
Disappearing?
Yeah.
Why
Well,
would
those
they?
doubts it. Yep.
well, I guess that answers the question.
I only ask because, like, I mean, one of the major things that's been happening is that men have been disappearing all around, like, Lower Hyrule, and now it's been spreading.
Oh, no. I know where every single one of my men are, except, one. Mostly, yeah, I guess what's happening to all of your men, it might just be different. We Gorons don't have really men and women.
It's true.
Notice.
We're mostly,
Oh.
those of you outside of it mostly give us masculine traits because of how big and strong we are. Also our beards.
Also your beards, yes.
Yeah,
They're fireproof. Sometimes.
sometimes. Sometimes fires get very hot, and then they're very not.
I figured it was some kind of, like, metallic-y thing, because you're... Interesting.
Yeah, but no, we don't. Well, I say boys, I say son, I say things of that nature, but we aren't
Brothers
really.
and all that.
We aren't really men, like what you would think of men being.
Mm-hmm.
So they're
Okay.
clearly immune to the Gerudo chieftain's magics.
That must be why some of you have made your way into our walls before.
Ah,
Makes sense.
I was always actually kind of curious about that.
makes sense.
Well, brothers
Oh, yeah.
would love nothing more than to meet this champion of yours, brother.
Well, out of anyone, I think you might be the only one that probably could talk some sense into that champion of mine.
Really?
After what happened with his friend, you all know him to be the, I guess, previous king of the Zora. After everything happened there, he sort of lost his way a bit. With the loss of part of himself, he felt that he could never really create anymore, and thus he devoted most of the rest of his time to training for war. It was difficult for him, especially after I found that he started making less things for ceremony and for interest and more for practicality. You'll see that when you see him. You can just tell us,
He has abandoned fashion, and he's abandoned fashion for primarily function, instead of doing both.
Knowing how creative and how, well, talented he was, he most likely could have made himself a prosthetic, but instead of making himself a new arm after his got taken, he replaced it with a blade. One that has no true hint of style or grace, just an implement of killing. He even started training himself to aid with his fighting through his spinning. He essentially became, well, a rolling blade. One that slices through everything on its way.
He can admit he's not seen something so extreme before, but he has seen something like this.
My kid, he's, well, again, very talented, very creative. He dwarfs me in particular. Even in my prime, I could never hold a candle to him.
This is true. You can see it.
I'm so proud of him. He is most likely the strongest Goron that has ever lived. At least in my memory.
So he could also crush the bombs into powder, into diamonds.
If his hands were bigger.
But no, I think I understand what you mean.
I don't think that someone like Clark could even do anything to him. Clark is a pacifist. He just
It's
creates
true.
bombs.
Really?
Yes. Clark was a wonderful person to spend time with.
I wish I'd gotten to know him before he left then.
There's always time.
Maybe you'll see him in Zelda 2 in 2025 or whatever we said the joke was.
Zelda 2, Clark's Adventure.
Clark's Quest. What a great piece of music to have our shitty joke on.
I changed
Anyway.
it.
Yeah, I know. Gorthos will see what he can do, but
I'll send half of our forces back down into our tunnels to restabilize them and to get rid of all the explosions. I'll send half of what remains back up to the mountain to receive everyone coming back and to hopefully rebuild what we can, and the rest of us will begin to make our way off into the deserts. Though it will probably
Right.
take us a while to actually do much of anything, we are able to make decently well-off travel thanks to our own ability of spinning.
right. Actually, there is one thing Gorthos wanted to ask you, Boulder, if you've seen it around. He awoke without any of his equipment, tools. Have you by chance noticed if anyone has had his old hammer lying around?
Ah, your hammer. Oh, you still haven't found that thing, huh?
No. Yes, the,
So you remember it. Oh, yeah. You've been looking for that thing for a while, haven't you?
you suppose he has. He was holding out hope, very least.
When you say that, since when was this gone missing? Ah, that's a hard one.
You see Gordos counting on fingers, just like, dude.
Did you at least have it a
I think you're
thousand
probably gonna
years
need more
ago?
fingers than that.
I think it went missing, probably like maybe 3 months, half a year before we did our invasion of the Lost Woods.
So 1,003 months ago. 1,000 years and 3 months ago.
Give or
Would it be
take
1,006
give or
months
take
ago?
a couple of months.
Give or take, yes, perhaps you're
Give or
like that,
take a
but
couple
yes.
of months to a year or so. I don't know.
A very long time. He can't seem to recall where he's last had it. It's been difficult, but not impossible, to create his own mask, his own exceptional, but lacking weaponry.
Well, I can't really say much about it. If you ever need a hammer, though, I'm sure we can find something for you.
Your Mega Boom Hammer would be very interesting to have a second of. Regrettably, it is a magnum opus, a once-in-a-lifetime situation.
Unfortunately, I cut off my hands. Metaphorically.
Yes,
Yeah.
he noticed.
Yeah.
But perhaps one day Gorthos will find his Megaton Hammer.
Well, the Mega Boom Hammer is so much better than Mega Turn Hammer. The Mega Boom Hammer, most likely, maybe you'll find it one day. I don't know. It went flying off somewhere.
Megaton doesn't have a single use, but it is still pretty nice.
Wait, the way you said that, is it still intact?
I don't know. Haven't seen
You
it
said
since
it went
everything
flying.
exploded.
You said, did you just say you said it went flying?
Oh yeah, but I wasn't close enough to see it was intact.
Oh, so you stood very far away from the blast radius.
Oh yeah.
Volturni, Link, Volturni.
Huh? Link! You look just like you are. You look just like you did 1,000 years ago.
And every time before and after that.
You mean 200 years ago? 200? Yeah, that was the last time we saw each other. Oh! You haven't aged a day. I'm in a completely different body. I'm a different gender than I was last time. Like I said, that wasn't anything we care about.
So you blew up Gorthos' child.
I didn't blow up your child, Gorthos. Your child blew up your child. Oh my god.
He's going to put you into the bomb hole.
How does this keep happening to you? Just starts walking away. It's like, why do you keep exploding?
Gorthos wants to know the same thing. That's 2 more times that he's okay with.
Because it's an adventurer's way to explode?
It's okay,
It's
buddy.
not the adventurer's way to explode.
It's
He knows that look on your face, Link. There was more than 2 times there.
Gallon's just patting Hosier on the back. He's like, it's okay, bud.
All the other shoulders.
Pat.
He's just like,
Well, it's good to catch up with you. I'm glad that you still have that great long hair of yours. It's the longest it's ever been. And that winning smile. Again, different face. Either way. Instead of catching up, I should try to catch up with my kid. But hey, next time you need to blow yourself up, I'll find you.
You will not.
This is not. There is no sequel to this. Gorthos forbids this.
Look, they're perfectly fine. What are you worried about?
You have no idea how wrong that statement actually is, and we can't even get into it because it'll just confuse him.
Oh yeah, do we want to talk about the treasure?
They were literally about to just leave without ever thinking about or talking about it.
Gorthos got so caught up in the madness. It is just like old times. Thank you for being the Avori stand-in, Ron.
Magic frog, just his tongue just extends and it's sitting on his tongue.
We found the Goron's treasure, but we also. Do you want to? Who wants to explain that better? Because I don't think I can at the moment.
Oh, we found it and we want to give it back, but we also need to unite it with the other 2 for some reason, and something big will probably happen, I guess.
Oh, you're trying to open the Temple of Time.
Oh, is that what?
Perhaps Gorthos should have brought that up. He may have
You?
recent recollection after the last month of training.
Well, yeah, these 3 jewels are kind of like a lock. Hyrule separated them out to each of us whenever we were sort of gaining our own independence and our own sort of understanding of the different ways that things would rule. These 3 things here, if you bring yourself to the Temple of Time, will unlock the Heavenly Celestial Gate.
The gate to the Divine Realm.
Okay.
Perhaps Gorthos should have brought that up.
So,
But there was so much happening.
So we've been needing to get these together because the king wanted us to, right?
Well, I mean, the old king, Rog, he asked me to bring it to the King of Hyrule, and the King of Hyrule said to do that, yeah. I don't know why. But Rog trusts him.
We've been speaking to the gods a lot lately. Why do we need to go to their realm?
Hey, let's not ask too many questions. That actually helps out quite a bit.
Is that where like the 3 gold ones are?
I have no idea. I have no idea about that. However,
Wow.
one of the biggest problems with what I've been trying to do is how to get the goddesses their things. If this place opens up to the celestial realm or divine realm or whatever you're saying, we could just make them and push them in.
Okay.
This literally solves everything.
For
It's all
What the hell do
you,
you mean you knew all this? He looks to Gortha.
it was recent. You've not been around except for like 2 weeks.
Wait,
Things have happened.
Gal, do you
No,
have
listen.
to, are you ready to do that?
I'm not ready per se. I haven't made anything because if I make
Me-
them
well-
and then they don't get to them fast enough, I thought I was gonna have to like bring 2 bodies to 2 different temples and pray 2 different ways and I don't know, split my consciousness among different things and die to be reborn or something. I don't know.
You
Okay,
described
so
a lot
first
of
off,
different
Gal, I
things that
thought-
cause different effects.
I mean,
I'm
we
very
have all those
confused.
doorknobs, so we could have just connected those temples, so it would have been like a quick trip for you.
No, it literally needed to be simultaneous the way I was thinking. He looks over to Polo. You know how I'm trying to get the 2 goddesses their bodies?
Yeah, that was the deal that you offered them.
I had
to-
no way. They had no. How do I put it? They didn't tell me how to get it to them. And the only thing I could ever find looking around through all of the notes and all the libraries was how to make something akin to a body, but that body would literally be dispersed into the base elements after a day.
Wasn't the reason we were going to the Sun Temple in the first place to learn the secrets of creating a body?
Yeah, and that's what I've been studying this last month.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
there's been nothing that I could think of to ever prolong the shelf life of something like that.
Well,
being in it.
But if I could fix them and then open some gate to their realm and push them in or something, or I guess carry them in or however you do it, I don't know how you do it, then it would be done.
Well,
But I
Yorvos
thought-
has some ideas on how to prolong that. He has experience with.
Well, I mean, it sounds like we have an easy solution now.
I mean, there is time crystal.
There's that. Now, the
Well, the one that we have
Issue.
only brings things back like 5 seconds at a time.
it's
Oh no, I meant the big scary caterpillar centipede monster that's encased in time crystal.
Oh, right, we could kill that thing.
Yeah.
but margins
Our
are spooky
harvesting
difficult.
resources.
We will workshop that idea. Now,
But if we can do this without having to worry about that, just so the goddesses can get inside of them, because once they do, then it should just stabilize.
Theoretically.
Yeah, but I'm
Theoretically.
guessing that that's sort of how whatever Ronan did happened. I still have no
I
idea
just
what you
said
did.
help, dude.
I still have no idea what you did, and nobody's telling me.
I couldn't tell you what I did.
I don't even know if the goddess herself understood what happened there.
she does not.
Definitely didn't.
We've talked a lot about that. She does not. It just kind of happened. So
But
yes, it
good.
opens. It opens a door.
Kreb.
I do wonder.
Kreb just gave
What?
$100.
Wow.
Says, heard that someone's been wishy-washy about donos again. Yes, they have.
Yeah, someone's been a
Has
fucking
been-
bitch.
It's been
it got-
me.
It got taken care of earlier, but thank you very much. Hopefully this helps out. Put some pep in your step. Put it towards the fund. Okay, we now have 100 toward the fund. I have
Hell
mentioned this in other games. However, I have not mentioned it here yet because we haven't had any reason to. But the fund should be back at 0. The fund currently for all of the games, other than the 5 Darts game, is to get new cards made for the 5 Darts game based off of the Zelda game and the KH game.
Oh.
So that might be,
Hell yeah.
that might be pretty fun. We could get something like a Ophi card or something like a Polo card or some kind of thing like that.
Marco's
and
magic feather.
Marco's magic feather. But yes, thank you very much, Kreb. Much appreciated, much appreciated. You did not have to do that, but I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. And yeah, that is the first little bit toward the fund. And once we get either this fund or the one from KH done, I will be talking to artists about getting some cards made. And maybe once I do get cards made, that might mean a good reason to update certain art, such as, you know, this tendril for Ophi. Maybe if I do get like a Ophi card or something, I could actually have a thing for it. I could actually pay an artist to do something.
Tell Fomo, hey Fomo, can you make a weird Tentabuddy monster?
Yeah.
But like a silkworm?
Yeah.
Like, can you make a silkworm nightmare creature?
Yeah.
What you love me about was a weird nightmare.
But yes, thank you very much. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. We'll talk to things
Yes.
about that later on, but I do appreciate that. Continuing on.
Right. What was I saying?
I still have no idea why the King of Hyrule or the old king would want to do that, but that would literally be the best thing possible for what I want to do.
No, that's a good question. Dorthos has been meaning to ask a few things, but he is a little hesitant to open the door.
Why?
Right? It is a literal door, and it can be a bit tricky to close. Considering all of our enemies, some might really want to walk through that door.
I mean, what could they really do? Where we would be right there. We would just kill them. Gorthos, I am very fast. I would just run up and just stab them before they do the thing. I would cut off their hand before they could do a magic thing. What are you actually afraid of that would actually they could do?
Remind me, Deco, how did Zelda exactly become a god?
Zelda became a god. First off, you weren't around, but you would definitely be told. As you were being taken over by the anger of Demise, which we all know now be the form of Ganon, the main way that there would be any sort of divine magic being brought to the surface in order to fight them was by the mortal goddess giving up their form and thus giving up what they had of their life in order to appease the three golden goddesses. The three golden goddesses would have then given them the power to become essentially a goddess of life or a goddess of some kind of a light kind of thing. Upon them doing that, they would have taken their form into the divine realm through one of the different ways to go there, one of which you would know to be in the Temple of Time. Basically, they are the mortal goddess because their mortal form literally resides in the divine realm.
Right, okay, I just wanted to clarify, because I was I didn't want to make a jump into a crazy assumption, because I was kind of running off that, but I didn't have confirmation now.
Essentially, what you would know is that their mortal form has always existed outside of time, which also, now that you're thinking of things here, might be different now since Ronan had asked them for help. You might understand now why she has a mortal form here. They might have literally pulled their mortal form out of the divine realm.
So to become a deity, Zelda was brought to the divine realm where her mortal form was housed. To walk through the divine door may allow one to ascend to godhood.
Alright, so let's see here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It only takes...
5 more gods should be fine.
So that's the issue. Also, he's not sure if Zelda has a corporeal form in the divine realm anymore.
If what you're saying is true, however, Obra seems to step forward, that may be... Oh, God. Shouldn't have mentioned anything. Fake person just gave $100, says to the fund.
Oh!
We will do such a thing. Thank you very much. People are asking in the chat how much the fund needed to be. Because art is somewhat expensive and because some of it does need to stay with me, it is $300 for the fund this time. That is usually where things are at. And again, a lot of it will go to the artists for making these things. A lot of it will go to just myself so that I can live. But that is essentially how things work. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. We are very close to getting some Zelda cards, some Zeldarp cards.
Ooh.
Ooh, woo.
Magical.
As Obra seems to step forward. That being said, this may be something that is good for you and Polo as well, Ronan. The both of you are currently housing divine beings that need help in order to sustain their lives, don't you think?
Oh, right. Yeah, maybe Sao can get her energy back by going there.
It could be a good way to help them, or at least revive them in some way, allowing them to exist beyond all of you. Though I don't know what would happen to the abilities or whatever you all gain from having them be inside of you.
Well, as somebody who lacks a particular god's favor, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really get anything from her being in my brain. She's just kind of hitching a ride. So it doesn't really, and even if I was, it wouldn't really matter.
Yeah, it seems like the only thing so far she's been able to help you with was that the time that you were about to be influenced by that magic.
Yeah, I suppose that technically counts, yeah. But still, I'd much rather get her there so she can do her own thing.
The big thing we need to figure out now is why exactly the kings want to open the Divine Realm. We can decide at that point whether or not it's a good idea or not, right?
We can go and ask them, I suppose.
And if not,
Anytime.
these three gems, while they are apparently something that draws monsters to them, they are still extremely powerful gems that could grant us abilities all on their own if we decide not to.
There's truth in that.
Perhaps
It's-
perhaps even they can be used to aid with the godly forms you have themselves, or even be used to stabilize whatever you wish to have stabilized, Galen. I really want to open a door, though. Opening doors is kind of Marco. Don't you want to open a door? Opening
I do
doors
want
is
to
your
open a
thing.
door.
It's like what you do.
Yes, but I do also want to point out, Galen. Look at our friend here. Look at his helmet here. I could just easily see the gem like being fixed right there. You see? I think it would match up really well.
You drive a hard bargain, but I also will be fine with that. Ronan, what do you think? It would go really good with all the armor thing you have going on. You would actually have it on the armor instead of in your forehead.
It's really big. Also, it's not mine.
But like you would get really big too, maybe.
I don't want that.
He doesn't want it, Marco.
He doesn't want
All
it.
right, Marco. I think that you have to be the one to taking one for the team here. Then you got to get big.
Okay.
So that's not happening.
So yeah,
So, I'm. The baby was just getting a little mouthy, so I was a bit. My attention was slightly diverted. What?
Oh, we're saying that if we don't open the door to the Divine Realm, we could use the jewels instead to give ourselves phenomenal powers and have Marco grow like really big.
Yeah.
Though would the
I
green
actually
one
went-
grow you? The green would have to be what you go with, right? That goes with your, that
Green
goes with
would
your whole
have to
cloak,
be the
right?
Marco. I don't know what that would do. I know that the Emerald Eye like had a whole bunch of like things, but I don't know if that was specifically because he was the Emerald Eye or if the jewel did something
It
to
did
it.
make him bigger and make him do all those like undeady thingies. Maybe you'll have like an undeady thingy.
I wouldn't mind that.
Oh, it
I
also
wouldn't- it
made
would
him
be cool.
call other Wolfos to him. Maybe it's like a summoning gem or something.
Oh, I can summon other Marco.
Let's find out.
Imagine if you summon like all of your like a whole bunch of different like little Sheikah clone thingies.
Oh, that'd be cool.
I don't
I
know.
don't
I'm
think
talking
that's
out
how
my ass.
any of the. I don't think that's how any of the gems work. I think they are just conduits of very great power.
Igor, let's just wait for them to finish.
Well, the Gorons were able to make like a thing around them to make them gain a lot of power. Why can't we?
I didn't say we couldn't do that. I'm just,
And then Marco
I
could
just-
be the biggest.
I could be the biggest, even though that probably would not help me in any particular way and would only make my abilities even more varied and non-synergistic than they already are.
Hmm.
I don't think that we should try to mess with the vestiges of the Golden Goddess's magic to make Marco taller.
We really shouldn't
Make
do
you
that.
bigger.
No, thank you.
That's
So,
just
yes.
more of
I'll be
me to perceive.
I'll be quiet, Marco. I'm sorry. I should have never tried to just go against you.
That's not the message to take away from that. So yes, Z is correct. These are physical remnants of the 3 golden goddesses. Number 1. Number 2, they don't work that way. Gidon's just really tall because genetics and the ritual. Number 3.
I mean, the ritual was caused because of the magic from the gym.
Shut
That's what
up.
Galen was saying.
Yeah.
Hush. Shush. I'm on a roll here. 3. No, that's silly. We're not doing that. We shouldn't do that. We should figure out why the door to the celestial realm, to find what the realm of gods, should be open for. Grothos is hesitant to do that.
I agree. I think that should be our first step, is asking them why they want to do that.
Yeah. Probably
No.
the best reason to open up a way to the gods is probably less wanting to appease them with bodies or gain superpowers. Yeah. We need to figure out exactly what the people in power want to do with this. Because if they want to do something that we don't agree with, then we hide one of them in the mountain somewhere.
Well, normally whenever... Oh, sorry, you go first.
Or
No,
bury
you
one
go
in the
first.
sand, or throw one into the deepest parts of the damn city.
No, normally whenever we do anything they don't want, they just hurt Galen.
I don't agree with it, but they do. That is true. I'm basically like being held captive here.
Listen, we could also just ask the gods for time to send one of them back to when the expanse still existed and just dropped it in. Then it'll be gone for good.
It wouldn't be. It would appear somewhere else, somewhen.
Ronan remembers looking up in the sky and seeing a Marco head just out in the open. Just
It
last
could also
night.
just appear right back in the same place at the same time.
Just last night looking up in the sky.
So, let's find out why, and then we'll go from there.
Sounds good to me.
Alrighty.
I
So,
suppose that means we don't have anything to do right now, Uncle Boulder. Well, I have no idea what any of you have said for the past 30 minutes. I've mostly been going in and out, I'm gonna be honest.
That's fine.
That's expected of you. It's fine.
I got really invested in twirling the different fine lines of my beard for a bit, and then I completely forgot entirely what we were doing, other than looking at that sword over there.
You're gonna go to the desert to meet up with your son.
Right! That's
Yeah.
something I'm doing. And we
Yes.
And
we're
the
gonna
bombs.
make our the bombs! I was gonna say we're
Yes,
gonna
the
make our way to
bombs.
Death Mount. Alright, I remember everything now. Alright, I should go and tell people.
Go tell people
Yes.
right now, please.
Would you shock any of you to learn that he has literally not changed in 1,000 years?
No.
No.
Yeah. He is one of Gorthos' greatest allies and oldest friends.
He's not like undead, right? Like we're pretty
No.
sure on that. Okay.
No.
Go.
Gorons are just old.
He's
They're
at least 1,000 years old, that's for sure.
Mhm.
How
Gorthos
old
is
is he?
also,
That's not
Gorth-
crazy.
he is at least over 1,000, and Gorthos knows he is very capable of dealing damage in combat, very effective.
Yeah, I did not for a second think that he could not kill me instantly when he rolled at me.
Maybe not instantly. He may need like 2 swings.
Oh, he hasn't really been himself as far as fighting condition for several hundred years at this point. You probably could either take him or get out of the way. He's probably
Rather
still
not.
stronger than you, but probably not as well versed in fighting at the moment.
I would rather not be on the other side of a Goron fighting them. I'd rather they be allies.
It's true. It's never fun. But if age is starting to catch up to him.
I just
Well.
hope that his son doesn't, with the way he's been talking about him, I hope that he's not going to be the kind that will immediately want to fight us when we meet him.
He has lost his way. That's all.
It
We
sounds
can
like
help
he
him fight
was sort of brought down after what happened with, well, the previous king.
Yeah.
So I've also not known exactly what's been being said for a bit. Something about a big door and we're gonna open it because it's fun. But
Yes.
other than that, the bad man from before cut off this other guy's hand.
When he was not in his right of mind, it seems that way, yes.
Yeah.
So then I should fix it.
You would fix it.
Yeah, because I'm the one in charge now in the future, so what he did, I need to fix.
So that seems like a father works that way, but
Right side.
perhaps.
How do you think you should do that?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if I can really fix it because I don't think they're really made of rock, but if they are, I could find one. But if it's not that, then I should find him and say that I'm sorry and try to see what he wants in exchange for the bad things that happened to him.
But you know what? That's a really good idea, Rudon.
It is.
Look at you. You're doing it. You're doing the king thing.
Yeah. Well, I'm not doing that yet because the current king is the king, and because
Well,
they,
yeah,
even if they
but,
don't
like,
want to be, they have to be because I'm too little.
You're acting like a king before you've become king. It's a good thing.
Oh, okay.
All right, so I guess we.
So I guess we
Right.
have to decide now. Do we go confront the King of Hyrule about the treasures? Or do we go into the forest to deal with that?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Marco. We're gonna go there. We're gonna find out that they want to take over the world or something, and then it's gonna be just another trip back to Castletown, and I'm gonna hate it.
It's gotten better since we've helped take care of the
The only thing good about
crippling insanity.
The only thing good about Castletown is the food, the sights, and the people.
There are
So
less
the entirety of
people, though.
Castletown.
But everything that we have to do sucks.
This part, it's. You would think one would get used to that by now. Perhaps Yorthos is wrong. Our job is not easy, but it still needs doing, Galen, and there will be time for celebrations and statues and the like afterward.
I know. I just am pretty sure that we're going to go there, and they're going to turn out to be Slavermen again, and they're.
We had assurances his soul has been sent to whatever plane of oblivion he deserves.
Yeah, whatever. So we thought that the first time too.
Well, let Gorthos have hope this time.
Though, you know, with all the men disappearing from Castletown, you don't think the king would have disappeared, right?
No.
He physically can, because he would die.
Right.
I don't. I have no reason to suspect that that would be the case.
Hope not.
I definitely hope not, because that'd be really bad.
So then what do we do? Confront him about the treasures or do the forest stuff we've been planning on doing?
As far as the king's concerned, we saw him a couple of days ago, didn't we?
Yes, he seems fine, but
That
So
was
does Argo.
that was also where everything was happening, though.
Mm-hmm.
Either way,
I'm keen
we can do whichever one you guys wish to do.
I'm
guess if
fine to
they're-
do.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm fine to do whatever the group decides. But if we had to vote for it, I guess I might put my vote for the Lost Woods.
I would probably second that, just so that we can make sure to do something with get the princess together, just in case they're needed.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Okay.
I don't know if any of you have noticed this yet about the king, but they are extremely protective over their daughter.
It's
They-
true.
Yeah, we've
wouldn't even let them leave.
noticed.
Wouldn't even let them leave the castle with them without any guard until they turned of age.
Mhm.
I saw her
Mm.
sneaking out every now and then, though. I made a nice little hole
Yeah.
for them to go off into.
You
What a
made
weird
the-
time to explain that he was keeping his daughter safe while also hunting his daughter. That'll be a fun explanation.
It will not be. So you made the crying hole.
Is that what they're calling it now?
That's what at least one guard is using it for right now.
Just zooming on Hosier, just like hand to forehead, like.
Can't make holes in the walls of the castle.
If it makes you feel better, it was going to happen anyway. Those walls need reinstallation. They are old.
It is not going to happen anyway. They were thicker than several men lying end to end on their stomachs.
It could use
Well-
a touch-up. Anyhow,
Well,
Orthos'
let's
construction project notwithstanding.
go collect Argo and head to the forest.
Yes, yes. Gorthos will take a stop back home and put the treasure with the rest of the treasures hidden in the basement.
I will also.
Let's keep one of them on us, at least. I'd rather not come home to find them all already missing, you know?
Well, I could watch the treasures. I don't really want to go to the forest. We're going to be going to the desert soon, right? I'd rather go there whenever we can.
Right. You
Okay.
should hold on to one of them, yes.
Mhm.
Okay.
And if anybody needs me to use them, I will tell them, these are mine. Back off. Holds out the sword.
That
Oh, is
will-
Radon speaking right now?
Yeah, it's Radon.
Oh, okay.
Can I get a voice filter?
I'm sorry. I don't have a lot of voices, especially right now on my throat. Anyway,
No, I thought it was Link. I don't know why.
I usually try to go like whenever I'm being Rudon, like kind of a me.
Okay. Gotcha.
Right.
A little bit more nasally.
Yeah. In that case, Adam, you can stick with her, and both of you can keep an eye on the treasures.
Of course, I can watch over the future king as easily as anything. Are all of you sure you would not need me in the forest?
I think we'll be good, right?
I think it'd probably be best if you watch over Rudon. I think most of us would be a lot more, would feel a lot better about it.
Yeah.
Also, if
are-
we are to go and see that mage again off in the forest that is calling themselves Demise, probably not bringing the mage destroying weapons.
Gorthos thinks you should bring the mages.
I'd rather not give him a reason, you know?
He was never truly ever hostile.
To any of you.
Mm,
He just like
Gorthos,
he folds his arms. And he just
You
kinda
were there
looks
too.
away from Zelda.
We talked.
That's not a link.
We talked about this.
God.
Last time we saw him, he seemed kind of like, I don't know. How best to describe it? He seemed kind of bored and sad and above everything. That kind of feeling.
well, the demise I saw simply wanted to leave and be on his own, and feared for the sake of everybody around him that he could kill them all.
That's actually, I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it completely, but that's actually decently good to hear. I've met Demise several times over my lifetimes, and knowing that they're making an active want to stay away from things except for whenever demonic beings need them is decently a good step in the right direction, I would say.
Gorthos just throws his arms up. Fine. He will keep his word and give him a chance without the mage killing weapons. But the moment he turns on the lot of us, Gorthos will say, "I told you so," before we have to deal with that. Your demise might be very powerful still.
I mean, how much more powerful can he be if he's hiding from two sages and a unknowable evil.
And we already have a mage killing weapon. Gallon just leans on Ronan.
Yeah, summon your gauntlets to show off.
No, Galen. Mage slaying weapon, not mage laying weapon.
Oh. Yeah, we have too many of those.
Also, I don't have those anymore, so I can't really do that. Oh yeah, they were destroyed.
Destroyed? What happened?
He's very sweet, is what happened.
Yeah. I sucked the magic out of them, and they just went poof.
He was able to place magic thanks to the fairy heart inside of myself to replenish the magic that was taken from me. In doing so, however, since the great magic that was used in their creation was gone, they seemed to disintegrate on the spot.
Damn.
That's a very sweet gesture. Gorthos needs a lot of silver and goddess metal.
Now give Gorthos a moment while he cries. Or he has lost another child.
Oh, you had weapons on yourself before? Like Link just looks over at you. I never saw them.
Yeah, I can make him disappear. I could make him disappear when I wanted to, thanks to the ghosts in our house. But yeah, not anymore.
Oh.
So, I mean, yeah, if you wanted to make some new ones, I definitely wouldn't say no to that.
I don't know if he could get that effect again, though. That seemed like a very lifetime
we could always go and try to find the silver gauntlets.
Silver.
The what?
The silver gauntlets.
The silver gauntlets. They were an item that I had found several years ago back in my travels. I guess it was a lifetime or so ago at this point. They are gauntlets that said to enhance your strength. Whenever I was wearing them, I was able to lift up extremely large things. Though I can lift up extremely large things anyway, they were much larger than myself.
I mean, where would those be? Yeah.
I would say
if you're about to say that Desert Gorthos is going to.
I was actually going to say perhaps they'd be somewhere near the forest temple. It was the last time I remember them.
The forest temple. We have not explored it.
Oh, well, I mean, we are going there.
What if Myro found them and sold them already?
No.
I might have left them in the care of one of the Kokiris, so maybe it's one of their treasures. Everything's not coming incredibly to me. Again, like I said, my many lives don't immediately overwrite my current one, but I am able to remember some things. I believe I left them in the hands of a Kokiri hero.
Well, I mean, we can certainly ask about it when we go.
Maybe Miss Atalanta?
Maybe.
You'd have to retrofit those gloves for you. An easy task.
But
they're magical. You don't have to worry about fitting them anywhere. She pushes Gorthos a bit. Don't worry, they're just something that Gorthos didn't make, so he wants to help with them.
But you said they're too big for you. But they're magical, so they'd fit.
I could lift things that were too big for me.
Oh.
Yeah.
My brain farted then. Oh my god.
They're gauntlets that whenever you place them upon yourselves, they feel extremely comfortable, actually. They would form around you. Most likely, I've never seen them be put onto a Zora, but they may even form around your natural blades.
Weenie. Yeah. Yeah.
No, that's all right. That is what they call it now.
Oh. It is a silly name, but I love it.
But yeah, I guess.
Oh, fuck.
But yeah, I guess let's head off to the Lost Woods then.
You guys, upon wishing to go and do so, you guys would find your way to go away from the current area, heading back over toward where Lon Lon is. It would take you most of the rest of the day to complete it. You guys would get there around midnight after your travels. Upon getting to Lon Lon, you guys would most likely leave behind the carriages at Lon Lon because it is difficult to bring them anywhere with you. However, your various animals and whatnot can go to many different places.
Yeah. And yes, we're bringing Epona. I'm not leaving her.
Yeah.
Or him. I don't know which. We don't know which yet, and that's fine.
I mean, it seems like that'd be the easiest thing in the world to find out.
Let's assume that Marco found out. Which one is it?
It is a guy horse.
Okay.
Fantastic. In fact,
As we do that, I was gonna say, as we do that, Ronan would like to stop real quick off at the Demon Manor to try to use the heckin' thing to see if he can give Goddess Lady any more juice.
You can definitely do so. If you guys would like to aid Ronan in doing this.
We may as well try to recharge all our stuff.
It would need Polo and Marco to do so. As the three of you would go off to it. I'm just gonna leave you guys there for the time being. When was the time you guys used this last? You guys used it. I believe the day before.
The last day. Yeah.
So yes, you guys can attempt to use it again. Which one are you guys using it on first? The medallions or the gods that are inside of you?
Ronan would try to make a vibe for the first use just to see if it deteriorates afterwards. I think she's the one probably needs it the most.
Is everyone fine with wanting to aid in the return of magic to the god and the goddess inside of Ronan?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Who will roll then?
I'll go ahead and do it.
All right. Go ahead and give me a roll, Ronan. We will go based on whatever this roll is. There is still a bit of a on this.
Oh, come on.
2. Roll me one more time, please.
Okay,
Is it too big to roll?
Yeah, that might have a effect on it.
Seems to roll relatively well for me.
Okay.
Because you suck.
I could grab one of your other dice and bring it over here though, if it makes you guys feel a little bit more at ease. 2. We can just put this on its 20 because we like it there.
You like it on its 20. That is the number we look for.
And we'll put this little.
I'll
dice
take the 11 though. Still, if that's. Or no, Yeah, that was the second roll, right?
Yeah, go ahead and roll this one.
Okay. All right. It's also just more satisfying. Why? Why twice with that?
It almost rolled right off of the 20.
That makes me so mad.
We'll go with the 11. As Ronan, you would attempt to use this. However, you would find that the power does not seem to be enough that is still inside of this thing to be able to do so. You understand, the three of you know that you guys can use this one more time. Do you want to try again on the goddess inside of Ronan, or do you guys want to do it on something else?
I'll let the other two heckin' decide on that.
I mean,
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with whichever result you guys go with.
I kind of would like to have more charges in my medallion now that it's fixed.
If that's what you want.
Go ahead and roll for it.
Squeaky, do you have any like negatives about that, or are you cool with it?
About what?
About either using the last use for today of this dice on the god in Ronan or on my medallion?
Oh, I don't really use this to charge anything, so I'm kind of fine either way.
Okay, and Eric, if you're okay with it, then I will roll for the medallion.
Yeah, because as far as I know, I can't really utilize this thing.
They're trying to see if the magic inside of it will do anything to the to the gods or goddesses inside of you guys.
I'm gonna let you roll the next time we decide to use it for God Lady.
You had rolled a 19, Marco.
Yeah.
I would say at that point, I will give you back, we'll say 8 charges out of your 11.
Holy shit.
Yeah. You got a good roll.
Up to 9 charges. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. At that point, it does look like the large dodecahedron does seem to lose its power for the day. Perhaps in the morning, you guys can attempt to use it again. but for right now, it is seemingly spent.
Okie doke. And yeah, that was all I needed to do here. So
You guys find your way yourselves back in the main area. As you do so, Adam and Rudon would go off to themselves to go to where the other 2 gems are and place the 3rd gem among it. At said point, you would find that Adam would essentially stand guard right in front of it, right in front of your guys' storage area. And look over toward Rudon, who would literally at this point be like, I am the master of the manor. I can do whatever I want while everybody's gone. This is great. I am having fun.
Oh, if you see some keys, leave them be. They are Gorthos' assistants.
You see, they already have pointed a sword at Keys, but then they put it away.
Oh, that one's Nuggets. He does his best. That one over there sleeping is Alloy. And the one that's staring at you as if it wants to bite you, but he won't, is Ingot.
You find that Ingot is staring at them. However, Nugget and Alloy, upon the blade being put away, has now gone to attempt to pick up Rudon.
Do not. What are you doing?
I'm not doing anything. I'm not gonna hurt them.
Not you. Not you.
Flap, 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 flap.
And so we
they're
never
being
thought-
abducted.
Flap, 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 flap.
Get back here.
You know, I knew she was light, but I didn't actually think the keys could pick her up.
These keys are strong, man.
Yes, they're very good assistants.
But yes,
What are you 3 doing?
they're fine. That was for comedy. So they don't look like they're gonna hurt her.
So, quick aside. While we're here, since we're going to the Lost Woods, I felt it apropos. You Donu's going back here. Wizard's
I
going
see.
in the bag.
Which is in the
Just in
bag, and
case.
you're bringing out tiny Gorthos of tininess.
Yes,
tiny
the most
Gorthos?
powerful version. The most powerful version.
Honestly, you're not wrong.
Like not even a joke. It is unironically.
They do have, like, I believe, your highest AC out of all of them.
Yeah. Almost. Wait, why is Demon at 19?
Yeah,
I
why
think
is
it's the
it
armor.
19? It might be the armor.
Is it?
Elite magic armor.
Anyway.
Oh yeah, your elite magic armor gives you +2 ACs on a lot of your stuff. Yeah.
So technically, it's fine.
I mean, technically, it is the strongest one you have because the other one, it can't work right now.
Yeah, it's a little. I need to fix. I need to make I make 2 prosthetics. One for me, one for that. The Goron. Fuck. All
You
right.
guys would make your way to WitchCon to collect your little Kokiri.
Our little twink Kokiri boy.
Okay. You guys would find that when you go to collect Argo, he is perfectly fine to head out to go as such. At this time, you would also find that some people who were already at the area have moved on. At this point, Master Rova, as well as their apprentice and Gru, have all made their way away. A lot of the other ones have made their way off as well. Currently, the only person that remains is Ivori and some of the ghosts that are there. Back at your guys' area, you guys would find that after about an hour would have passed for going and collecting Argo, that going off toward the... I believe one of you guys said you wanted to go off toward the Demon Manor at one point. Going off toward the Demon Manor, you guys would find that not only are they seemingly fine over there, but also there is a dog that wants to make their way
Dog.
back.
I did the thing. I delivered the old lady.
I delivered them, but then you weren't around and I didn't know where you were.
I didn't know where you were, so I didn't know where you were, so I shit on the floor.
I'm not
fucking
cleaning
dumb.
that up. That is not my job.
He'll clean it up eventually. It will bother him enough.
Don't witches have like a match that disappears?
That is also not my job. Well, don't look at me. Anyway, that's bigger than me.
Horrocks.
Orion doesn't poop.
His organs don't work no more.
They might. You don't know.
No, we
He's
replaced his
dead.
we replaced his organs with a bag for more inventory space.
She just shoved a fucking magic bag down his throat.
Pulls
At
a
which
sword
point-
out of dog's throat.
At which point, you guys have several options in front of you in order to make your way to the forest. You guys could make your way in the normal way, which is literally just going through this portal here and going out into the remains of the Great Deku Tree. You guys could make your way down from WitchCon to go to the north of the forest, which you guys know is where all of the Rito and them are waiting for you. However, they are seemingly just waiting for you so you guys can fight the rock. You guys don't have to make your way to them right now if you're not planning on doing that immediately. Or you guys can make your way up from Castletown to try to go in it from the southern area where you would have found the nice little pathway you guys had gone through on the horseback. However, that'd be the longest and probably hardest for you to do. Without a carriage in any of these ways, it may be it may be a little bit difficult to do any of them. But you could always try to maneuver the carriage through the doorways and into different places. It just might be rough.
God, we have a huge party.
We sure do.
Yeah, we do.
each of you want to have your guys, you know, like the big guys and the Goyles and the Tinies and the dragon and.
I mean, I'm fine to walk if that's what we got to do.
I'm mostly meaning if you guys if you guys want to just be in the forest, you can be in the forest because of the great the Deku tree's remains. But if you guys want to talk to the Rito first, you will have to mostly walk down toward there.
I don't see a specific need to talk to them immediately.
Okay.
For me, do y'all?
I don't think so,
don't
unless
think
I'm
so.
forgetting some incredibly crucial piece of information.
The main
Which I
thing,
probably am.
main thing with them is that they have basically wanted to go after the rock. If you guys aren't doing that right now, then you don't really need it.
Okay.
You guys
Then, yeah.
would find yourselves in the remains of the Great Deku Tree. As you do, you guys would see that there are several members of the Kokiri still stationed around and doing their things. Looking inside, you do not find the one that was holding the great weapon that was here. You also do not find the prince here. Neither of them seem to be around. But the others are still around here doing their thing. Argo says a greeting to them. You guys see Myro, as Myro is very much like waving to you guys and showing off the new duds that they have. You would find that Myro currently, while they look very similar to what they were wearing before in their Gorthos getup, you do find that they seem to have a set of blue robes now instead of green, as you would know this to be a river tunic, which would give them more versatility and movement in water.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ah.
They've been adventuring. They do adventuring while you guys aren't around because they want to adventure.
Oh, yeah.
She kind of just did her own thing the whole time we were around her.
You find that a Hunter is around as well. Hunter is down where the entrance to this place is. He seems to be mostly keeping himself as a bit of a guard for the opening at the front, but has not at the time really made any major straits to go out and in. At the time, do you guys have anything you want to say to any of the ones that are here, or do you guys want to make your way off? I know you guys had said at one point you guys wanted to speak to Atalanta.
Oh, right, yeah. If she's here, then...
Yep, Atalanta is here. You would find that they are off to the north of the first floor of this, off to where the quarters that she usually stays in, which you guys would know to be similarly established to be sort of a guard quarters. There is different type of weaponry and things that are mostly stationed in there, most of which are made of deku sticks and whatnot. However, they themselves are mostly practicing their archery inside. Who all is making their way toward Atalanta?
I will.
Ronan, you make your way over toward them. They are currently looking as if they are keeping themselves busy, though whenever all of you approach, they do seem to turn and look to you. They have the same sort of stoicness that they had whenever you guys had left as you approach them. It's been a while.
Hey! Yeah, it has. It's been a good minute. I don't know how long it's been for you, because it's Lost Woods. It's weird.
When we are connected to this place, it's easy to count the days, though whenever we leave the Great Tree, we are somewhat at the blessing of the forest, whether we come back before or after we left originally.
Oh, okay.
That being said, things are simpler inside of the town, so mostly the woods themselves keep most of the chaoticness away, but we aren't able to make our way through the town very easily. I am one of the few that can make our way through without having too much worry.
Yeah. Heard about what was going on with the giant bird.
Oh, it's less the bird that's even a problem. The bird can easily be avoided. The rock that flies around, while it is problematic to those that are probably not used to being hunters like myself, it is more the Koroks that are the biggest issue.
Oh, right. They're still mind gooped, aren't they?
A lot of them have found themselves flying throughout the forest in almost droves. Sometimes they find themselves coming in here, and when they do, I have to go around and try to find as many of the ones that are of good of mind as I can to return them, because while some of the ones here in the forest town are fine to speak with, the fairies and whatnot are usually fine to have conversation. Once any sort of altercation happens, they seem to get hostile with the Koroks. We believe, again, it's to do with some kind of a hive mind or something to do with what is going on. We try not to think about it too much, but Hunter seems to be at his wit's end with it. He is seemingly the only fairy here that is of sound mind. That one came by a little bit ago, though. I believe you called them Squirrel.
Oh, yeah, her. Yeah?
They had made their way here with the king of the Zora recently. They brought us some supplies.
Oh, yeah.
I believe that they wanted to make their way off into the forest at one point, though I'm not sure if they are back or not.
Wait,
The fairy.
is this something that I'm familiar with, that Faraday came here?
Apparently Faraday came here to give them supplies. They're saying that Faraday's not there, but Squirrel has made their way into the forest.
Okay.
Yeah. But you know the Squirrel was with Faraday the last time you guys checked.
Okay, so she's good then, I guess. Well, okay. Well, that's good to hear.
Have you thought of what we're going to be doing? Currently, the only one that is seemingly fine walking around and doing much of anything is the prince. I don't know if it's because he was the one that was housing that creature before, but he seems to be the only one that's not affected by the Koroks and the others. He's taken it upon himself to watch after Hickory, Dickory, and Doc.
It seems. Mark, we have a few things to do in the Lost Woods now, and fixing this issue is obviously one. Though, about the Deku Hydra, have you seen it? Yes?
It's difficult to not see it.
Oh, right. We put a new one here.
Right. Yes. it's doing well then.
I find it very concerning that you all forgot about it, especially with it
No.
getting as big as it has.
We did not see it very large last time. We had been able to see it,
It is
but
around the size of the creature that we had fought before at this point.
that was very fast, potentially.
This is the Lost Woods. You planted a creature here and left it alone.
Fair.
Did I hear hickory dickory a dog?
Yes, they are monstrously sized now.
I want to see them.
I want to cuddle them. Where
They
are
are-
they?
They must have gotten so big. And
Yes,
So
they did. According
What-
to Avalanche.
didn't we put them here to like stave off the goo?
Yes,
the goo
giant
chew goo.
to
the
restore
mind
the
trick.
natural order.
the jelly thing?
They've mostly been able to keep a lot of different predators from coming here, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, but not the goo.
Whenever you say the goo, I do find it difficult because I haven't seen that chew since we dealt with it. It has not made its way to our lands since you all had left it here.
Oh, well, so that we don't think the people are acting weird because of the chew?
I think it has something to do with it because, again, the only one that seems to be relatively okay is the prince, and he was the one that was originally the housing of that creature. So I don't think that it is not the case, but I do find that currently it doesn't seem to have brought itself to any sort of conclusion here.
So it's still messing with people, and we don't know why.
Basically.
Well, then I guess we'll have to find it and ask, and make it stop.
Currently, the biggest thing we all want to do, whenever possible, is attempt to take over the fairy shrine. That's what Hunter keeps wanting to go off and do recently.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
shrine. Those
That
two are
was another
still
thing.
guarding it.
Currently,
That was
yes,
another thing we had on our list, right?
Currently,
Yes.
yes, those two cursed fairies are still guarding the place.
Jeez, it's been so long since I've seen this man.
While they are less aggressive than they were before you had all been here before, they do still guard that place basically 24/7.
It is
One
been
of them,
too long.
One of them makes their way off to sleep and do other things while the other one watches it, and the other one would then take its place. Sometimes they're watching it together.
Have they spoken to anybody?
I have not heard them utter a single word, no.
Okay, we're going to need to take care of this sooner than later since we're here. At the very least, we have insight of some of the great fairies as well. We should probably be sharing.
I don't hate the fact that all of you are here, but I am probably not the best person to talk to about the different goings-on of the forest. While I am a knight here that I watch over this place, the prince is the one that has most of the information. Even Myro would have more than myself. Is there any reason you all came to speak with me?
Well,
well-
you're with the knight captain, so we assumed you had some finger on the pulse of the goings-ons here.
I'm
Not the full
mostly
story, at
biding
least.
my time until I'm needed to help remove the threats of this place. While Argo has offered me to go into other places and aid them, I went off to get training in Hyrule once. I found that their training was lackluster and I returned here. I don't want to be too far away. Once things are dealt with here, perhaps I can go and see the greater world, but at the moment it doesn't seem like I'll gain much by staying in Castletown.
We should try the Rito village once everything is settled down.
I will see. I tried speaking with some of the Rito to the north of the village after they had shown themselves. Though, to be fair, most of them, while they are relatively harmless, they seem to be all boistering about how strong they are. I believe even looking upon them, most of them would find it difficult to even fight one or two of the Koroks around here. They
Most
have
likely.
they have a sort of hesitation that I wouldn't expect from elite guardsmen.
Really?
I believe that whenever they see us as well as the Koroks, they find themselves at a pitying gesture. When they see us, they see children. And when they see the
That's-
Koroks, they see small little animals. They don't see the dangers that they hold. I've seen one of them be injured by a Korok already. Their wings completely ravaged. I was able to
Impressive.
get them away. I was able to get them away from the forest, however. They should be fine.
That's
Of
good.
course.
We were wondering though, if you had heard of something called, what did he call it? The silver gauntlets?
Let's.
Silver gauntlets.
If you've heard of that at all.
Do you perhaps mean the hero's gloves?
The
Maybe.
hero's gloves.
Makes sense.
I believe that, yes, I have heard of them. They are off at a shrine a little bit off to the west of here. Last time I checked, though, to be fair, we haven't checked that shrine out in quite a long time. Ever since everything happened here, so it's probably been 6 or 7 months since anyone's been there. At least all of your time.
So
Outside
they're
of
like
here, it
kind
could
of,
be ancient for all I know.
so they're like kind of a sacred treasure that like you all hold to some pretty high regard, right?
I'm gonna have them roll something really quick because they technically might have more information. Because of certain events that happen. Fucking rolling. No, don't
Roll
flip
that
the
shit.
table. 14
But it would be
plus
funny.
their 3. I'm going to be honest with you. I think that somebody might have already made their way there. Though, as soon as I try pressuring them on it, they seem to walk away from me. And by walk, I mean try to slink themselves away.
Who?
You remember seeing the Kokiri that you brought here before, the one with the large glaive?
Oh.
Whenever I had spoke to them about the different treasures around here, they seemed to hide themselves. From what all of you had said before, they were someone from the distant past, someone that may have known the great hero that I'm named after.
Yes.
However, when
That's
they
true.
see me, they seem to hold themselves back. I had tried sparring with them once. They were easily defeated, but I felt like they were trying to hold themselves at a distance. I felt the same kind of hesitation as I felt from those who were off away from this place. The same kind of holding back that other creatures usually do for us. Never before have I felt that from a fellow Kokiri.
Is she? You said she's not. Is she still here, or did she leave, or?
Currently, I have no idea where they are. The last time I had seen them, they were with the prince.
Okay. And he is where?
And the last time I had saw him, he was with Hickory Dickory Dock.
Okay,
At the
gotcha.
temple. Okay.
The temple?
Well,
no,
that's-
to the south of the village.
Oh, right. My bad.
Oh.
I forgot what the Hydra was.
Even better.
I forgot what the Hydra was.
We keep them up
It's
on
mine.
the ridge just to the south. That is where we had a large plantation of Deku Babas before.
All
Currently,
right.
there are very little of them that remain. We've had to relocate a lot of them, but Hickory, Dickory, and Dock seem to have, at least at the very smallest amounts, kept a lot of the larger predators from coming here. They even seem to screech at the rock every time it approaches, though it doesn't stop them from going out of their range. Have you ever heard a Deku Baba screech, by the way?
Yes.
We have.
It is a lot different hearing it from 3 heads simultaneously.
Oh, that's the only one that I've really heard.
Oh,
Oh, sometimes they do that when they're hungry.
They were doing it whenever the rock flew by, so I hope that they're hungry if that's the case. Maybe that means they want to eat it.
Huh. That's an
I mean,
interesting thought.
Maybe
They-
we
they
could
were-
feed it to them.
I mean, they were rather particular to ham and cocoa wings.
Ham and cocoa
Perhaps-
wings. Who in their right mind would harvest cocoa wings?
That explains a lot.
It
It's all right.
probably looked-
Well,
Hmm.
well, I guess thanks for the information.
Do you mind letting me know what you plan to do with the hero's gloves?
Well, I just recently lost my gauntlets. So, a friend of ours, Link, said that maybe we could get those
Link?
because he left them here a long time ago. But
You said Link?
yeah,
You know this name.
I've heard the name recently, yes.
Something
from
No.
who?
From the one that you brought here.
Oh,
The
that
one who
makes
is
sense.
the one who has yet to give anyone her name.
Oh, okay.
Right. That would make sense. Link is a being that reincarnates periodically.
Hmm.
So this individual knowing Link makes perfect sense.
Well, all I know is that she points over to you, Gorthos. The hero of the Kokiri was the last one to recordedly have in their possession the hero's gloves, other than this Link, so maybe you'll be able to find them if you look around hard enough.
That might have to be the plan, yes.
If there's
But-
anything you all need, be sure to come and ask me. I can't leave the great tree until that rock is dealt with, however. Hickory Dickory and Dock can keep it as far away from the city as it can, but once it does come in, I have to make myself useful and shoot it down whenever possible. I've not been able to do so yet, but I have been able to injure it on occasion.
Impressive.
It would be
Mhm.
more impressive if I could kill it.
It may be something we are going to be working on, finding a solution to. It is a terror, after all.
That being said, Polo.
Hmm?
That is a rather impressive weapon you have there.
Oh, yes.
I
The
don't-
bellwether?
Yes, I don't believe you've shown that to me yet.
Oh, yeah, I didn't have an opportunity to. Gorthos was able to make this for me. It is forged with demon metal and the pieces of a Gomez.
I knew
Goma.
that you were proficient with a bow. We had hired you at one point to collect as many of the Wolfos as we could, but
Mhm.
I didn't realize that you had such a powerful weapon. Have you received much training? I know that you're a hunter like I am.
I could always be a little bit better. I've always wanted to learn how to notch more than one arrow on a bow like you did, but I'd never gotten the
Currently-
time to seek you out.
Currently, the max I can do is 5, but that is a strain for me. I'm usually able to readily knock 3 with no troubles, but when it comes to you, I don't see any reason why I couldn't train you to at least knock 2.
I would very much appreciate it if you are, if you are with some time.
It might take a little bit of time, perhaps getting whatever it is you wish to get done done here first. I would probably require you to train with me for at least a few days before you're able to fully understand it, but you're a quick learner.
Yes, very much, sir.
If you ever need help with it, return to me whenever you need.
Thank you, miss.
That all being said, I should go to myself patrolling this place. I've had enough relaxation for now. She says as she shoots another one of the training dummies in here. Their relaxation being using the equipment. These are very interesting, by the way. You have to at least tell the king and those around them that I did appreciate the war implements they brought here. They've been helpful. I felt like I've been able to get myself a little stronger.
Oh, we'll be sure to let her know. We won't keep you any longer.
I'll walk you out.
Appreciate it.
Alrighty.
What were you saying,
Thank you.
Gorthos?
He was saying that it's nice to see, even if it is in a small way, the tribes benefiting each other, man.
Each of you would make your way toward the front of this place. I will switch you guys over to the big map over here.
Oh boy, big map.
The one we haven't been on in quite a long time.
It's been fucking years since we've been here.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah, just a lot of shit's been happening, so we couldn't come back.
At least rapidly, but now we're back as fucking gods in comparison to where we've been before.
It's true.
As you guys would come out, you guys would note again, as I mentioned, Hunter is just sort of sitting outside of the area. Argo seems to have went over to him and tried to talk with him, have a bit of a chat. However, Hunter, being Hunter, doesn't keep it too much. Outside of the area, you guys would find that Dawn seemed to really like the large sort of tournament grounds, or I guess before you guys showed up, the punishment grounds that were made over on the sides. As you see that he seems to roll himself off back and forth around the large section that is here.
Yeah.
He likes it.
Out of everywhere you have seen him so far, Ronan, he seems to be a lot more seemingly able to stretch his legs around here, as you do find that he sort of goes and sits next to where the rocks are that are just in a position enough that it is able to be around him instead of him being around them.
Heck yeah, Ronan will let him hang out here.
As you guys make your way out, all of you do find immediately that you are able to somewhat see a stirring a little bit off to the south. And by a stirring, I mean
fucking Biolante.
You guys see what appears to be the tops of a great Deku Hydra off a little bit away from you.
God.
Do you ever consider how much we affect the ecosystems of places we've been to?
I really didn't think they were going to plant him right there. I thought they were going to do it at the temple.
I thought it'd be like over this direction or something when I heard the descriptions.
Out of the two Deku Hydras you guys have seen, this one is far larger than either of them.
Also, I just gotta say it. The last time we were like in this particular spot, I just remember getting the fucking card with the fool's gold.
Yeah,
God.
I remember that. Well, yes, that's them indeed, Polo. You should go.
Go, sheep. Go see your 3 children. You've become such a wonderful mother to so many monsters.
Wait for Gorthos, his legs are small now.
You would find, Polo, as you start to make your way through, that Hunter and Atalanta would point you guys off to just to the south of where you guys are standing. You would find that there is a bit of a rope ladder that has been attached to the area going up to the top here. As you guys see that, Hunter seems to very grudgingly. The city is somewhat still not safe. If you want to make your way over that way, you can. I'm sure that they would be more than happy to speak with you. However, if the Koroks make their way here, you could find yourself in a rough position with them. Whenever the Koroks approach, all the rest of the villagers seem to go crazy. Again, though, you can always go and see if you can speak with them. They are usually fine other than that.
Well,
All right.
we don't have many options in terms of secret ways up there, so we'll have to handle it as it comes. Go with those things.
But yeah, basically you guys can either go through the village or you guys can go up to the top here.
All right, this is climbable.
Yeah, we'll go we'll go the safe way then. At
Yeah.
least
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
be.
Going the safe way, you guys would not be able to bring horse or therapy magic frog. However, you guys also know that the other side is also ladders. You're not sure how to get Epona or Magic Frog or Dawn out of here anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They can just hang out.
let them hang out. They've been all over the place. Let them just relax for a minute.
Epona
Seems fair.
and
You
Dawn
just
eye
leave
each
Acer
other
here.
up.
You leave Aster and Baby here.
That's where that's when it's like we have to leave Baby because we don't want to like potentially get them into anything. So it's like, don't hold on 1 second. Swaddles them in Vega's pants.
Into the jorts.
Into the just put the jorts on them.
I still don't see why any of you didn't wear these.
We
I
had
wasn't
other
sure.
things.
They would have looked
Oh, that was-
fantastic on you, though.
I know they would have.
Yes, Marco is who I
Worthless.
was talking to. No, what-
Yes.
that's what I
That's you
meant.
respond.
That's what I meant. No, you're correct, Marco. I believe they would have looked great on you.
Thank you.
You guys would see that Atalanta would make their way toward the actual village, as Hunter would stay behind, just sort of staring off toward where the village is, his arms crossed. As you guys would climb up and make your way across the small river to over toward where the Deku Babas are, I will say, I did have a large little area back whenever we first came here that the Deku Babas would stay in. I'm not getting that out because I think we used it for something else since then. So they're just there.
Mhm.
There it is. Look at Hickory Dickory Dock. They're great.
They're off the map. It's fine. They're too large to
Look at them.
perceive.
It is mostly a large area. You guys would see that there is basically farmland off to the south of here. Not farmland like you would be used to. Like nothing seems to be very in neat rows or anything. You would find that there's the occasional Deku Baba that seems to be snapping around. But as you look beyond and you look toward where Hickory Dickory and Dock are, you literally see these three towering creatures rising up from the ground, connected around each other. You would also find that just like the other Deku Hydras, there are smaller little Deku Babas growing from them.
This all looks very familiar.
Yeah. Unsettlingly familiar.
And once again, they are essentially oozing from their mouths and tongues the berry-like sweet juice you guys would be using a lot in your things. But
Yeah.
as you would approach Polo, they would look over towards you and they would seem to be very excited.
Hello again.
No matter how much time has passed in the Lost Woods, they seem to know you. Because again, outside of the city, which they are technically outside of the city, they essentially would be growing at very strange rates to all of you guys' thoughts. One thing you guys will find is that there is no prince or others around the area. It is just them.
Yeah.
I wonder where the prince went.
You make your way
Also
over toward Hickory Dickory and Dock and the other like four that are there that don't have
And the
names.
other, like, it's fine. One day they'll have names. So since we're here, can I collect some of the juices with my newly empty bottle?
Literally, you'd have to do a stand under them at some point.
Yeah.
So,
I will fill up a bottle. I don't know how much can actually fit, but he will keep filling till he feels he can't fill anymore.
You are going to be gaining some advanced sweet vine juice. And by that I mean it's sweet vine plus. It is sweeter
Sick.
and vinier than before, and in more abundance.
Sweet Vine Deluxe.
Hosier, Link, Hickory Dickory, and Doc, respectively.
You find that both Hosier and Link have already drawn blades.
Put those down.
All right.
These are friends.
Make me.
Well, you don't want Gorthos to go do that now. It's perfectly docile.
We raised since they were just little things.
Literally, they literally planted them in the garden. They were literally raised by
That's
beasts.
why they're like this.
Yeah.
They're very cuddly.
Wait a minute, Polo. If they here became gigantic like this, does it mean the other things we've grown in the garden will just become like superfoods outside of the garden?
Gorthos thinks it's kind of a Hydra thing more than a
It
garden.
might be a Lost Woods kind of thing.
It's
Should we start moving things to the Lost Woods so they become gigantic?
Please do not make a meat orchard.
it would probably not be a bad idea to consider it. But last I recall, the way the soil in the garden works is far different than the one here in the forest.
I'll tell you now, if there's anything that can be made large in the forest, I'm pretty sure we would probably know about it. But we're tiny.
And that too. I feel like if there was some sort of large cultivation method somehow in the forest, the Kokiri would have harnessed it by now.
That being said, I mean, the other two Hydras were born here, right? I don't know.
Maybe it is just they are able to flourish as quickly as they are because this is a natural environment.
Maybe it's also something to do with the predator here. Maybe it felt it needed to grow this large, though I don't know if that is true. But the rock is of a similar height from what we've seen in the, with it flying in the sky. Maybe it
So I
needed
wanna
to be
point out-
similar to it so that it wouldn't be a meal for it.
So a sheer force of its own will.
Maybe.
I also can't help but point out, technically the second Hydra was like a ghost.
It was like a
the
reanimated
same
corpse ghost.
Yeah, it was
Thing.
something like a weird.
It infected our dreams.
Yeah,
Remember?
it was like a weird dream ghost, but it also still had vines, and I could still set it on fire, and I did really hard. It was very great.
Yeah, you basically just destroyed that thing by yourself when that happened.
It really needed to not be a plant in
Why
front
did
of
it
me.
come back though? Why did it come back?
Your Gorthos had to guess either dark magics, maybe perhaps weaved by a practitioner of dark ancient magics that might be in the Lost Woods, who knows, or spite. It's one of
It
them.
hate us a lot. Why it hated me as much as you, I don't know. It did hate us though.
Well, you
I
were
could
slicing
feel
that thing up like a gardener when we first saw it.
It made many tinier hydras.
Yeah, but you kind of burned it to ashes twice now.
Yeah, I did.
I probably didn't like that very much either. But it does seem rather odd that it would have such a fervent vendetta with you two, and we all in some way, shape, or form helped fell it.
Gorthos cut one of its heads off.
He shrugs. I don't know.
big one.
Maybe it was enamored with us. Maybe it was fate.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Fate
That's
seems
probably what
reuniting.
it is.
I've had to fight many things that thought that I was hot.
We have also been subject to the consequences of your actions, of being
Not-
so alluring.
Not the consequences of my actions. I hate that.
You and me both.
You both bring them upon yourselves.
Maybe that's why.
Huh.
It thought that we were the two that was most likely to be a threat to it. We should take that as a compliment.
Gorthos is insulted
right.
now, and he doesn't know why.
Hear that?
So
Hear
anyway-
that, Ronan? It thought we were a bigger threat than you.
I mean,
Puts his arm around Marco.
congratulations. While that's happening, Ronan, he wants to use a minute excerpt of the Lullaby of the Goddess.
Hmm. Doobie-doobie-doo. Would you
doing,
remind
big
me
boy?
which one that one is?
That's the
It's the
one that
Zelda
lets you communicate with things that can't understand.
Ah, right.
But I have to make a spirit check for it.
You do
Look
have.
how big you are.
One there's 1 minute while playing song imagines you attempt to communicate with those around you, even if they cannot understand one another. Yes. Go ahead and roll me spirit, please.
It feels like just last month it was just a small little thing.
It was last month.
4! I'm re-rolling!
Amazing how time flies.
But yeah, we should have new goddess points because it's a new day.
You also have a fleeting, so I'm gonna put that back.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
8. So I'm doing it again.
Roll a different die, maybe.
4!
4 again.
Oh my god.
I am gonna roll a different die.
Maybe
Roll
not a
this
blue one.
There we go.
16.
16.
Plus-
Count.
Plus 3, that's a 19.
Very easily enough, you look over toward Hickory Dickory and Dock. You make your way and you begin to play the song. Upon looking to you, you feel as if you understand its gyrations and moves more than you did before.
Hey, big guys. There we go. That's
Couldn't get it
close
to
enough.
stay. Yeah.
There we go.
Here, I'll just move everybody more in.
Yeah.
There we go.
Have you seen someone about this tall with red hair, with like kind of like his head looks red like you a little bit, and also a lady with a big stick?
As you begin speaking to them, you are trying to push forward the idea of the prince and the other Kokiri that have been brought in from what you guys believe to be 100 or so years ago. As you speak to them, Hickory Dickory and Dock look around. They seem to know who you're talking about. This is them. You guys know that apparently the prince has been helping take care of them. As it begins to seemingly snap over towards you and like look around the area, you do find that it does seem to look off toward the western exit to the village.
Okay. So they're not in town. Where that means they are?
Would assume the temple, if
When
anywhere.
you say that, I'm gonna have Hickory Dickory and Dock roll.
They each get their own
They
individual
do
roll.
each get their individual roll.
It's like King Ghidorah. Let's see which head's the dumb one.
Which one's like the what's the dumb one's
When you
name?
say each individual head, do you mean all 7 of them?
Just the 3. The other ones don't know you guys.
Where are you people?
The other heads are just meeting you all for the first time. They don't even have names yet. Hickory.
Oh wow.
The 3 of them don't have a lot to show with these rolls. However, you do find that Doc, among all of them, does seem to lower his head down toward where you are, Ronan. Upon doing so, it begins to shake. And as it shakes around, you find that all of the other Deku Babas around the area seem to stand straight up from their roots. As that happens, after about a minute passes, you guys hear some sort of rumbling from the trees off nearby. As you guys are doing this, you guys feel that Doc seems to be shaking the roots of the forest around it.
Oh my god.
Oh.
As Doc is doing this, I'm going to let them have one final roll. Only Doc gets this roll.
Come on, Doc. Be the smart one. It's
I was
better.
given a
9.
reroll.
Oh, okay.
My only reroll. Have it, Doc. Have it.
I'm adding a. I'm doing a Gorthos to the Hydra. I'm buffing the Hydra. Hold on.
All right. Roll me.
Add 3
roll me
onto
the
whatever
Gorthos.
that is.
At a 3, it's going to be
Yeah.
altogether a 17 then for the highest roll.
Aha.
Roll.
As Doc returns to you, upon you saying, Ronan, potentially the temple, it seems to nod at you, as if yes, there is somebody over near the temple.
Okay. Oh, well, thanks for finding that out for us. There, he'll give him a big old pet.
You pet Doc. Doc lets out a grumbling, snarling gurgle towards your direction.
Is it a happy gurgle or a mad gurgle?
Of course, it's a happy
Okay,
gurgle.
good. Good. I would know. Right now, I would know.
Of course, it's a happy snarl gurgle.
just to be 100% clear on how this is looking, because this is the other art of it. They're healthy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Just red.
Mostly we're using this as a showing of they are different than the Babas around them. They don't have these guys are full of raspberry energy, you see.
Yeah, they're not wilting.
Yeah, they're full of raspberry G fuel.
they're full of their red juice, which was derived from the goo that you guys remember that the others had. Which was very red in color. They have taken on more of that red form to themselves. So while they look like the one from your dreams, and both you and Gallon are like, oh my god, it is definitely less of a deceased look and more of a healthy, even somewhat like looking to them like, are they gonna bear fruit? Because I want to eat that.
I want to eat that though. Giant raspberries.
Giant fucking raspberry Deku Babas. Let's go.
Razbabas.
Razbaba?
Raz cherries?
You do find as you are going up to them and like petting them and moving them around, Polo, the other 4 heads that are connected to it seem to lower themselves towards you and like look at you with interest. They seem to be somewhat larger than how Hickory Dickory and Doc looked back at your guys' place, but they seem to be in your mind younger than the Hickory Dickory and Doc that had left your place. Talking to Polo.
Sorry, what?
While you were close to Hickory Dickory and Doc, you would find that the other 4 heads that would be closer to your height would be looking to you and moving to you with some kind of interest. While they are larger than what Hickory Dickory and Doc were the last time you'd seen them, they seem to be younger. Just you get that feeling from it.
Oh, okay.
So they're just sort of like looking you over with interest and stuff.
You will attempt to pet.
You go to pet. Roll me a lore.
We'll pet their babies.
Roll to pet.
Pet their
Roll
other tiny beings that
Roll
are
to
them.
pet. That's a 6. That could have been an 18.
You have 3 rerolls if you want to use one.
It's-
I'll use one.
Roll it again.
Go.
Has to go perfectly.
10.
10 plus your lore, that's 2, that's 12 altogether. You good
Well,
with
we'll
that, or you
keep
wanna
it
try
at
one
that.
more? Okay.
I'm good with that.
You find that as you go to pet onto them, you do find that they are somewhat amicable to your petting. Out of the 4 of them, one of them in particular, will say this one, the one that's right here in the middle, seems to look to you, and as it does, you find that it seems to, as it's rubbing up against your hand as you're petting it, it opens its mouth, you hear a bit of a gurgling sound, and instead of juice, you see almost a solid mound of something seemingly collect in itself. You find that it seems to show almost a jam or jelly-like structure coming from it.
What the fuck?
Well,
It seems to be trying to give it to you.
Yeah, she's gonna hold her hand out, just like, yes. Bleh.
You see this almost, again, like the consistency of overdone Jello. So it isn't falling apart, but it's like a little bit harder than Jello. Almost
like slime.
Kind of, yes.
Like those slime things that had the dinosaurs in it.
No matter how much you jiggle, the dinosaur stays there.
With the knife, he must be free.
But as it gives you this, you find that you have something that you can only assume is called Deku Hydra Jelly.
Huh.
Hmm.
Oh, it's from the chew. It's too jelly.
Hooray! Jelly.
What a wonderful gift.
As you look to this, Ronan, you are still able to communicate with this creature. As it looks to you, it seems to mouth around and seems to somewhat like let out little gurgles. You know this to be a healing item.
Oh. Oh, you can use that to heal stuff.
Oh.
Really?
That's what he said.
What wondrous magics.
Quite interesting. I wasn't aware that Deku Babas can produce medicinal things like this.
He doesn't think they do.
I'm gonna
Like
be
at
giving
all.
you this. In fact, I was gonna just give you enough and just have like a this is how many uses. Instead of that, I'm just gonna give you 4 of it.
Okay, that works. Yeah.
You
More
gain
jelly.
4
Wow.
uses of Deku Hydra jelly. This jelly able to heal a D10 of health.
Oh.
That's kind of a wide range.
Well, it's
Yeah.
unprocessed jelly.
Yes.
Wonder if we process it and sell it to the masses.
You
I mean,
can
it
put
might
some
be
peanut
something-
butter on there.
Might be something you can use in cooking. Who knows?
Yeah.
Just shove it down
Usually,
your gullet, bro.
whenever you're cooking things, they don't even have medicinal properties that much originally. So imagine what could come of this if you cook it and spread it on some fucking toast or something. I don't know.
I'll make a mean toast. I may not know geometry, but I can make a mean toast.
As you are given this jelly, you see that the little Baba looks as if it is excited to have been given you something. The other 3 sulk away like, oh, you fucking teacher's pet,
Show
what the
off.
fuck?
She'll give it the equivalent of what you give like when you give like a dog scratches on its cheeks, like, oh my god, you're so cute. She is so happy to see them.
Yes.
Her baby, her first baby.
Her babies and her grandbabies.
Yeah, all in.
I'm already a grandmother.
Congratulations.
What?
Alan.
What?
Gallon just
Now
like
you know how it feels. It's great.
Gallon just yells out "Gilf" and then doesn't say anything.
And then pretends nothing.
God.
And then pretends nothing happened.
Oh.
Yes, you guys learned that there's somebody over by where the forest temple is. At the same time, you guys could also try to look about wherever you want. You have Argo and Z with you, so you guys should be able to go through the forest at a relatively normal pace. Is there anywhere in particular you guys would like to try to go? Or do you guys want to follow Polo's nose and go straight to where Demise is? Because I'll remind you, Polo, you know exactly how to get there at any time. You do not need Z or Argo to help you.
Oh yeah, no,
And
she's well aware.
And I'll also remind Gorthos, you have the same knowledge, but for traversing things to find where the princess is.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, no,
that too.
She's just been waiting for someone to be like, we're going to Demise, and she'll be like, okay, well, I'll lead the way, but just to make sure we're not going to go in there specifically to kill him, are we?
So,
Do we
since
wanna-
we're still in town,
Hmm.
should we? I mean, I know this might be a bit weird, but since Z, you're supposedly some kind of anti-fairy, maybe we could see about the fairy fountain before we head to the forest?
When it comes to those
Yeah.
fairies that were over there, I never really had much of a sort of rapport with them. I told you all before, but I don't really come from this forest.
Right. Yeah.
Which
Well, I
most
mean-
likely means that even if I am some kind of a great fairy or something, I probably have nothing to do with that fountain.
Probably. I don't know, it's just a thought. 'Cause I don't know how putting you back together would work. I don't know if you just need more anti-fairies to absorb?
It might still be worth it to see if you can pass anything about yourself from there.
Yeah.
It might work
Yes.
it might work similarly in other fountains that have anti-fairies.
If nothing else,
we
perhaps
could.
freeing that place from those two would be worthwhile.
We could, though I would probably ready myself for some kind of altercation if you do that.
Well, we can try our best to avoid one. If it happens, then I guess it happens.
I'm pretty sure we have a bottle somewhere.
I've already filled the bottle.
Oh,
Only-
Did
only
y'all
we had
not
some
watch?
kind- If only we had some kind of net.
regrettably, those don't exist anymore.
Apparently, in my inventory,
That's-
apparently in my inventory, I still have a magic bottle with flame essence in it.
You do.
Oh, shit.
You guys have had that flame essence since the beginning of the
forgot.
fucking campaign.
It's
I'm gonna-
true.
I'm so tempted to just eat this.
Wait a damn minute. You could so try to eat it so your sun god gets more power.
I mean, could it work that way?
Right now, from what you guys know, the essences, from what you've been told, is literally just magic. It's just nature magic. You guys used it in the prison before to allow for certain things to be used from it, which means most likely it's meant to be used as some kind of ammunition for magic items or something of the like. At the same time, you could use it potentially for enchanting, but none of you really have been following that much, other than Gorthos to an extent. But you could also just dump it. It really depends on if you guys want to use it or not, which I'm going to be honest with you, at this point, you guys have not for 100 and something episodes.
Fucking 120 sessions,
What
y'all.
if we need it for after the final pop?
I'm just gonna pour the flame essence on the singular stone arrow that I need arrows.
Oh shit, you
Oh
do.
yeah. Well,
I am so low. Wait, hold on.
Well, there is a
wait,
store
wait.
here.
You should have
Wait a
arrows.
minute. Yeah, no, I have 5. Oh, it's because my iron. Okay,
There is a
that's
story.
why.
yeah. So just gulp it down.
So
I
you
guess.
should still have 9 iron tip arrows, and then you have the one here. So if you want to combine those, you can. Just have 10.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because they're different.
Oh, are they? Oh, yeah, one stone, one iron
Yeah,
tip.
they're
Oh,
different.
I see.
That's
Hey,
why. And the quiver can hold up to a certain amount, so that's why they had them both like in there.
Right.
Because the large, well, it says 30 max of one arrow, but we kind of mulliganed it for a
Well, you
moment because
also
I didn't
the
have
lightning
the space.
arrows, so you have the strange
Yeah.
quiver that I believe can hold up to
30.
30. Yeah, so yeah, you're
30
fine.
of any. Yeah. I was gonna say, like, I can just put some fire magic in this one stone arrow and have a fire arrow for I don't know when.
What you're demise with.
Just go
Do you want to try that?
yeah, sure. The
All
worst
right.
case, I lose a stone arrow.
You pour the flame essence onto your one stone arrow. Roll me for your magic, please.
Okay, I'm going to try this. I'm gonna try this really well. I'm gonna stare
Give
at
her a
it
jam
very.
session.
Okay. You have advantage.
All right. Okay, advantage. Okay, jam session.
Like, I already
gives
got my
advantage.
instrument out, so why the fuck not?
All right. Bling, 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 bling.
So that's 14.
Well, no, it says 5, but
Why did they
wait,
go
what?
flying all over the fucking place?
I don't
Who
know.
knows?
Here, re-roll this one.
Okay,
Oh yeah, it's on 14. Fuck you.
11.
11.
Damn.
So 11 with your 3 magic is a 14. Who would have thought? But then you add the
No,
plus
it's-
1, or was it 2? I
It's
can't remember.
50. It was a
50.
+1.
Okay.
50.
Yeah, we'll say that upon doing that, you use this on your stone arrow. Why not? You have 1 flame arrow.
Yeah! And now we have a magic bottle, so my threat isn't an empty one. The only thing empty. The only thing empty is this bottle.
You're just like a little clap, like, good job. Gorthos didn't think you could do that.
I've been.
I'm just happy we finally used it. Is all.
Yay! No, hold on, we're gonna.
I'm making it fire.
Oh, no, I just turned the
hope that
a
it
magic
doesn't
bottle to just.
fucking whiff whatever you shoot it at.
I can't wait for it to fucking whiff.
1 fire arrow. You know what?
Don't
Roll
worry,
me
we'll
a
stack
d4.
it.
Roll me a d4, Squeaky.
Okay,
D4.
let's see.
Yeah, roll me a
The
D4.
hold
four
on.
what?
It'll
I'll
be
stack
this one.
everything onto that roll. It'll be fine.
1.
One. You instead have 2 fire arrows somehow.
It just fucking osmoses. It just osmoses a second arrow.
Magic.
It's
Oh,
like,
that's
wow,
a
Polo,
power.
when did you learn to imbue
Oh.
magic onto shit?
You got a fleeting from Den. Roll me one more time for the initial enchant.
Oh, okay. 1 sec.
Hey, Dan, thanks.
That would be 13
13.
plus 3 plus 1. That is a 17 instead of a 15.
Ah.
You know what? Somehow it made 5 flame arrows.
Oh, wow.
Somehow pouring that onto 1 stone arrow caused 5 flame arrows.
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, that's a rarity. Gorthos doesn't seem that time.
I'm
Magic,
not really,
bitch.
I'm not really well versed in enchantment and stuff, but I do know several people nowadays who are very good at what they do, and so I stare.
You know what I assume? You know what I assume happens? You guys have held on to this so much that every single time you guys were affected by the Triforce of courage and power to gain strength, it's all also been feeding into the magic of this one little flame essence.
It just aged like a fine wine.
You just dumped it into your quiver and it just made a bunch.
Oh,
Well, now we have a bottle.
Congratulations.
Hey!
Yeah, great.
Now,
Now,
if anything
we
hap-
can put a living being inside of it if it doesn't do what we want.
I mean, when you say it like that,
I'm mostly
oh,
kidding.
no.
No, they're being taken over by some kind of magic. It's probably good for them.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, well then, as long as we are agreed that it is not for any malicious intent.
We could put them both in the same bottle.
Probably not.
No. But
Pretty small.
we could try.
Well, I still have at least 2 of the clarity cards, so
Let's go.
All right. So you
Yeah.
guys want to, instead of making your way into the forest, you guys want to go down and attempt to go to the fountain here.
Yeah.
All
The
right.
fountain we go.
As you guys would march your way down into the main section of the town, you guys would find, just as was said before, the fairies that were around here, as well as the Kokiri around here, do seem to wave to you guys, be like, hey, what's going on? You do find that some of the areas that you guys had opened before, while there are little Kokiri, like there's one blocking the bridge, it recognizes you guys and goes, you already passed the test, come on over.
thanks, man.
It's a pleasure to see you again.
It's a pleasure to see you again. I saw you. Yeah, obviously I saw all of you. Yeah, it's fine. Come on over.
Yeah.
Yep.
All the adventures we had. Goodbye. Go. Don't engage.
Don't stare.
Just
Don't
push
stare.
Engage, don't stare.
Can't wait to
Push
run
his
into the
Lincoln
fucking
hose in.
seduce Gorthos guy.
That'll be really awkward, and I would love it. I love it so fucking
Wasn't
much.
this
If we
her
were
shop?
Do.
Wasn't this her shop as well?
This
There we
was
go.
our shop over
that was
here.
her shop. Okay.
There we go. There's that guy. That was what he was saying and doing. And then we had the one that was over. Hold on. I need to know. I need to look at them really quick.
Which one
They
was the
are
one?
different. They were different. Okay. So here was the one that liked Ronan's butt, I believe.
Yeah.
No, that's the one
No,
that was in
that was
charge
the
of
green one.
Yeah, that was the one in charge of the inn.
Yes.
Where's the
Yeah.
green one? Where's the one that liked your butt real quick? I need to get it out here. All about that butt.
All about that blubber.
Do-do-do. Let me
It's all about those amino
do
acids.
these two. Where's the butt one? Where's butt lady?
Butt lady.
Butt lady.
Where's butt
That
lady?
is-
at?
Yeah, she was like a little orangey one with short hair.
Yeah.
Well, she was a.
No, she was yellow. Or not yellow.
She was green. She was
yeah.
green.
Yeah, she was green.
She? Oh, she was green?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could have
There's
sworn.
Okay. Oh, yeah. The shopkeep was orange.
Yeah, no, the innkeeper
shopkeep was
orange,
green.
The shopkeep was green. And the shopkeep was the one that liked his butt.
Okay.
This is a named fairy. This is not one of the two
Juby.
fairies.
I don't have them in this thing. Maybe it's in a different thing.
What the fuck?
Where the heck is she at? I want her to look at your butt again.
Let's see. What are these two that are still don't know where they are?
No, not in there.
I looked through this earlier. They're not there.
There's
The squirrel is there.
Not that one. Oh, I have just a bunch of fairies just hanging out. There's Juby.
Hey.
I found them. They're just
Also,
hanging
you
out.
gotta find the other red-eyed.
There they
named
are.
fairy.
Yeah, they are.
Hey. There she is, Juby. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that one's the same one. That was just a different one. Bloop.
Yeah, it's a different one.
There it is. There it is. Bloop.
There we go. It's perfect. We did it.
Bloop. Perfect.
Yeah, these two.
Perfect. I don't know if any of these were also ones, but we're gonna bring them up here anyway because we want fairies to populate the world. We want
Yay.
all them good goods, all them good fairies,
All them references.
all of them, every one of them.
I think only a couple ones for extra references.
All of them references to things we'll never let the audience know about.
I'm pretty sure we already talked about that.
Shut the fuck up.
I believe it is these four.
I have no idea where the fuck they went.
There they are. There's Bali. You guys remember Bali?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
she's the one that says he was cute
Yeah.
or handsome.
Then we have DS1. We have DS1 and we have DS1.
Yeah.
We reused this one for Squirrel.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
There's another Juby. Get out of here, other Juby.
I was gonna say, at least this is
Be gone.
movie.
Be gone, thought.
Perfect. The world is wondrous. Populated by fairies once more.
Finally,
Woo.
fairy world.
As each of you were go across there, you do find stepping through this place. Hosier, looking around, is very, very out of place. He's just like, everything's so much smaller than me, and then he's like trying to step very carefully through everything, even though it's like, Hosier, you're not gonna fucking step on anyone.
Oh, so yeah, they're not Minish.
They're not what?
Don't worry about that.
You
We'll talk
see
about that
that you
later.
see that Link is just strutting through like they own the place.
As funny as it'd be, Gorthos wonders if that one Kokiri is still around here. That'd
Which
be
one?
awkward. Don't worry about that
It's
one.
like,
You know what? It's awkward.
I know which one.
You just see Hosier just like as it's getting onto it, it's like, quit it. Stop. Stop it.
He wants to heal your emotional damage.
I don't have any of those.
Emotional damage.
All of you would make your way up toward where the thing is. You would find that on your way there is a Kokiri that does seem to stop you from going too far. Oh, there, guys.
Hello.
This is the way to the great shrine. You can't just go there.
Why not?
Cause you can't just go and speak with the great fairy like that.
But we have the hero, he says, holding up the master sword.
Roll me
Surely
charm.
the hero.
Roll me charm.
Ah, yes, my one charm. All right,
I mean,
let's
it might
see.
work. I mean, they know what
It
the
might
fuck-
work.
They
It
know
might
what the
work.
master sword is.
Let me just do this and
I would hope so.
You know what? Because I'm trying to be the hero, I guess, in this scenario.
You can definitely do so.
You know, first I'll just roll this for fun.
The fucking defeat in your voice.
You
There
do
we
it.
go. Yeah, I doubled my
You have a
stat.
+2.
Ew.
I have a +2, 18.
Hey.
And the second roll is 8. So, a nat 20.
As you hold the Master Sword aloft, he goes, "Oh, you are the hero! Wow, I thought you looked different the last time I saw you."
Time changes.
Yeah, well, I guess that's true. The time does change.
It's the hat mostly.
Yeah, and also the fact that you look completely different and you don't have black hair.
Black hair.
Mostly the hat. Let's go.
And the hat, do I guess? No, okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. No further questions needed.
Yeah, that's basically like fucking flashing like a fucking like a blue eyes at a guy like, "Nah, dude, I'm the strongest duelist ever. Let me through." It's like I'm fucking the hero. Let me off. I gotta go speak to him. That's the hero. I guess I gotta listen to him. Yeah.
For those can't believe that actually works.
You find yourself making your way off toward where the cave is. Just as you did before, let me get a different. Just as we did before, you guys make your way into the cave system, and you find what appears to be that large mural that you saw before, depicting a great battle that you had seen the last time you were here, Gorthos. As you look it over and you look at the 3 different sections of it, one seems to be the preparation for the battle, one seems to be the battle itself, and the other one seems to be the loss that came from the battle. As you look to it, there does appear to be the seam directly in the middle that you guys remember seeing before that would open up to the actual fountain. Off to the either side of the seam, you guys see what appear to be 2 fairies that seem to be armed. Both of them seem to be holding weaponry that seem to be, from your look, they don't seem very threatening, but as these are most likely fairy or kokiri made, you know that they probably are. They probably are stronger than they seem.
Mm-hmm.
As the 2 of them remain guard over the front of the area. What were you saying, Ronan?
Well, as we enter the cave, Ronan would begin playing the concerto piece. After hearing that they are affected by some kind of magic, that was his first thought.
You begin to play the concerto a piece while you're inside of here. As you do, Ronan, this is the first time you've really played a extremely magical song here, especially with the fairy heart on you. As you do this, you do start noticing that the air around you begins to almost let off ripples of sound throughout the area. You are able to see the sound as it's coming off of your magical instrument. As the magic from it is bouncing off and around, you note that both of the fairies glare over to you. As they do, one of them pulls out their blade and the other one seems to brandish their spear. What do? Do you wish to continue?
I want to try to remove something. I want to try to like affect them with this.
Well, that's the thing. It has to be played for a minute to affect them.
Does it? Didn't we say it's because of the fairy heart? It's less than that now. It's like 30 seconds.
It is less than that. Yes. Do you want to attempt to do that? Because they're looking like they turn hostile almost immediately.
Because they know.
I think he.
You are backed the fuck up no matter your decision.
That's basically what I was about to ask. I think he would stop moving forward, but he would continue to play the song.
And like, Gorthos will just move into a position of interceding the fairies and Ronan.
We're gonna get a square out here. As you guys would enter this area, standing in front of you in the entranceway, you guys would see the 2 fairies. They'd be a little bit further away from you than that. I'd say they'd be around like right here. Behind them directly is where the what can I see you? There you go. Is where the wall would be. Upon you playing this, coming in from the entranceway, we would say that you would be probably the last one in the entranceway because it is not large enough for everyone to be able to get around.
He'd let everyone else through.
Yeah. As far as actually allowing you guys to get into any positions, I'm going to let that be a roll of the dice. We'll get all of you in. As each of you would find your ways inside of here. One second. Where you at? There you are. As you go in, you begin to play the music. Almost immediately, as you see the music bouncing around the room, you see these creatures immediately turn to you as if they're hostile. As one of them points their spear, the other one points their blade. I'm going to roll for them, because I did not roll for them before this. I did not expect you guys to come here today.
Joke's on you, nerd.
2. Oh, okay. I would like for each of you to go ahead and roll me for a straight d20. Whenever you guys roll, I will put the NPCs around you guys respectively.
Okay.
10. Of course.
11.
5.
Ronan?
I got a 13 on the roll. It's just a flat roll,
Just
right?
flat roll.
Flat
Yeah.
roll.
Okay.
13.
That will mean I will put Link with where Gorthos is at, so they will both have an 11. I'll put Gallon where Polo is at. They will both have the 5. I'll put Hosier where Marco is at. They will both have the 10. And I will have Obra be where Ronan is. Ronan, you will be effectively out of this combat if you want to play the song. Is that fine?
Okay. Could I have... Okay, so my turns...
Are going to be playing the
'Cause I-
song.
Okay, because I'm just wondering if, like, I would still technically have my turns, because Obra can still do stuff with hers.
That's why I
on
was
my
going to have
turn.
Obra be on your turn. Yes.
Okay, cool.
That's why I'm putting them
Yeah.
with where you are. They're
Gotcha.
on turn 13 just like you.
Okay,
So you can do anything that you have on the sheet that Obra can do, you can do.
Cool.
Argo is also not going to be taking part in this. Argo, we will say, will be aiding you, actually. Argo is also a minstrel, as is Z. We will have them have a turn at the very end of this to see if they lower your turn count at all.
Okay.
With that being said, the first one up will be Obra.
Oh. Alrighty.
Oh wow, everyone rolled low today.
Yep. A 13 is the highest roll.
That is hilarious.
I am wondering if I want to go offensive or supportive.
The biggest thing I will remind you guys, because you guys have done this here before. You guys know that last time you guys were here, you did play the Song of Healing to most people in the town. However, they did immediately get brought back again to where they were at. I just wanted to let you to make sure you guys know.
Yeah, this is a different song with slightly different abilities, though.
Yes.
So that's kind of why I was hoping it would be different this time.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
We can definitely see. You're also using a different instrument this time, I'm guessing.
Well, yeah, because it's not my fishbone anymore.
Magic bullshit. Let's go.
But yeah, I guess I will have her.
And you're an oracle now, which is different.
That's also true.
Like I said, we're gods compared to
What
we were
enchantments
before.
does she have access to again?
I believe for her, she had, making sure I'm correct.
The only things I know about her kit are the things that are on mine.
Water, fire, ice, and electric. She has the basic assortment of elemental.
Okay. Where the fuck is this? All right, here we are.
Oh, and
I will have. Oh, okay. I will have her go up to heckin' Mako, because he's right there.
Marco.
And
Mako.
enchant your weapon with hecking ice.
Icy Master Sword.
Okay. With the Riverzor enchanting, this is going to make it to where you have all of your damage can be switched over to ice damage. At the time, you are. That is essentially it. However, this is Obra doing it specifically. Obra does actually give pluses with theirs, just like they did when they did it to Polo. So you will also have a +1 to your attacks as well.
Ooh.
Hell yeah.
So your damage on the Master Sword is currently ice.
And the height.
So is that utilizing these Doritos over here by the card? Okay, cool.
That will be utilizing her. Yeah, that'll be utilizing her things. So yes.
Okay.
That
So
would
her
be- that would
normal
be one of
action
her
economy.
things. Yes.
I will then have her make Marco invisible as well.
Okay. Yeah, you definitely can do that.
Oh.
It's
see.
Obra as well. I'm gonna make sure if she has anything with the invisibility. Her base is 2 people.
Oh,
Oh,
Obra
Then
is
I guess I'll-
Obra is a +1 right now. They have basically all of their regular stuff +1 currently because of the ghost magic that's on them.
then I will have her use that on Ronan as well to make him invisible.
Okay, yeah,
Yes.
that's definitely good.
Because sound is kind of reverberating all around here. It's kind of, I imagine it'd be kind of hard to pinpoint where the sound is coming from.
She reaches back toward where Ronan is, and she reaches toward Marco. Both of them seem to vanish.
Yay!
All right. Is Ronan capable of moving on his turn or no?
I'd say yes.
Okay. I'll just have him like saunter over here so
Ronan-
that he's not in the exact place he disappeared from.
Ronan, I will say, it was a very good thought from Obra. They do seem to follow your gaze as you move.
Oh, that's right. They can see shit. Fucking dinks. All right. Oh, well, had to try.
Yeah, it was a very good thought.
Does she have one more action left or?
Yep, you still have one more action.
Then I suppose she will use.
She can also
will go
hold on to
over.
her Doritos if you want.
That's true. If I'm not doing anything, she's not going to be getting new ones. So, I'll actually have her hold off. That'll be her turn.
Okay. Ronan, you continue to play. Upon you playing, I'm gonna roll for Argo and Z to see if it can go down by any other amounts. The both of them are actually doing rather well with you. As you find Argo does seem to, upon noticing they're still watching you, rush over to you, and Z just sort of comes popping out from your bag. The both of them are sort of trying to harmonize with you as they're doing so, with the flute from Argo and the just singing from Z. You guys would note that it is going by a little bit quicker than anything, with the fairy heart as well. You only have a few turns of this. You might be able to get it done within a couple of turns. Who's to say? We'll see.
Cool.
We then go to who did the 11? That was Gorthos?
Yeah.
Gorthos, it is your turn. They have not currently made a move to attack yet, but they have drawn their weapons and are staring over toward where Ronan is.
I'm
Well,
out of
where
slingshot.
Ronan is, you assume, because you know.
That means that they're not looking at Gortha. It means it's time for some shenanigans. I would like to. Gorthos with his Gorthos being Gorthos, and he's gonna go toward. He's gonna try and grab one of these fairies. He's gonna try and get to one of these fairies and distract them. I want to. I don't want to kill them. I just want to incapacitate. Let's say. So I think starting off with a disarm attempt on the shield boy is a pretty good start.
You can definitely try. Go ahead with your disarm, using a disarm on the thing. You
Oh,
have
it's
to
a new
roll
day. That means we rested.
Yep, you have to roll a 9 plus physique or finesse, maximum 18. They have to roll your. What's your physique or finesse right now?
It's a 3.
Okay,
So
they have to roll a 12 currently.
Yeah.
I'll use your 20 Thos over here.
20. Yeah, that's right. I did name it that.
That is a fail on his part. As you do note that you knock the blade from his hand, Gorthos, I would like you to immediately upon that happening, roll me a d20.
You got anything into this or just flat?
Just flat. I need to know what kind of... That's an 18. Gorthos, you find that as soon as you do this, the area seems to flash around you. At once, almost, you see the same effect happen in front of you. You see the sword flying from this thing's hand and landing onto the ground. You also see you at that point overpowering this fairy and holding it down. But you notice that that seems to not happen directly in front of you in the other eye. As you seem to blink, this creature is still holding its blade and looks as if it's going to attack you. Whenever this happens, you make note of one thing these fairies have. These cursed fairies seem to be displaced from time.
Oh, they have your fucking thing that you were just doing.
Oh, they're time-based, huh?
They seem to be displaced from time. As you see, whenever you should have disarmed this person, it failed, but he currently still has his weapon and is still holding it to you. One thing you also notice, roll me for your experience.
Yeah, okay.
To see how much of this you gain.
I'm throwing a 6 on that, by the by.
Go ahead.
This seems like it's worth it. 6, 7, so 6 and 7, then 16.
Okay. Are you using the Keton mask currently, or are you using the other mask?
Yeah. No, it's Keton. I don't have another mask. I don't have Majin's mask. I
so
do have another. I have Majin's mask.
I just want to know which one you're using.
It would actually no. Spirit would be something that the QQ would benefit from. He's using more armor. I guess I didn't even think about the fact that Majin's mask is a mask. It didn't click for me because I'm so used to the Keaton mask.
Do you want to use Majin's mask?
Yes,
Good.
I think I would.
Good, because you also see that as soon as this thing had done this to you, you almost seized up. However, a flash comes from the Majin's mask. You are immune to being tampered with time from these creatures. They literally almost seized you in time just then.
I'm about to fuck this fairy up.
As that happened, I'm gonna give you some information. You rolled decently well with the experience, right? What'd you get?
6 plus 7 plus 16.
Plus 6. Wait, what?
I rolled a 16, and then I have a 7x.
Oh, okay.
You had a
I
dice
thought you
roll
rolled
last.
a 7, and then you. Okay.
My bad.
Usually you start with the dice roll.
My brain, it's really late. Leave me alone.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
You're good.
The time fairies. I never would have thought of it.
Another thing you see from this, and this is just you getting mechanics out of it. You know that they appear to have around 20 health.
They're so. Oh.
These
Okay.
things are stronger than you think you've seen anything in the forest. And that includes the fucking Deku Hydra you guys have fought. If you guys would have fought these back whenever you were first here, you might have had a problem.
Yeah. They're displaced in time. They're time fairies, not anti-fairies. Oh no!
Better what hunt the time dragon.
You still have the rest of your actions?
I do. So, funny action. I want to rip out the time stone.
You can do that?
I know it's not the wizard body, but with the mask, I do have a +1 to magic.
Mm-hmm.
Can I force it back into time?
Do you want to? You're gonna try to see if you can get it back into the other way. See if you can disarm it.
I want to. Yes, I want to. I want to uncheat his
Roll
cheat.
me the best magic of your life. You have advantage from a fleeting from Den. You can if you want to.
I grabbed too many. I only wanted 2. There we
Alright.
go.
You have 4 rolls then, thanks to the roll from Den.
Yay! Thanks, Tim.
That is a natural 20.
Oh fuck!
You know.
Fuck me. Let's go.
You find as you do this that not only do you knock this fairy into a position where it is currently displaced and goes back to being disarmed, and everybody around you would see it. This isn't like a different reality. It just seems to shift from not being disarmed to being disarmed all at once. And as you do so, you also note the red of its eyes seem to disappear for a moment. That's the wrong one.
Cool.
Let me get the other one. Where is it at? I just put it down.
Bring him hither.
I just put it down here. Where you at, you little punk?
Just want to talk to them.
I just want to.
Just want to talk to him.
I just want to talk to them. I just want to talk to them. I just want to talk to them. It's like click. I just want to talk.
There you are. You're in front of that other thing.
Cool.
Do-do-do. You find that the red of its eyes seem to somewhat disappear as well, and for a moment, it is on the ground and it is not being hostile.
It's not hostile anymore.
It does not seem to have its eyes glowing, and it seems to also drop its shield. You're not sure how long this is, but you messing with time around it seems to somewhat sedate it somewhat.
We're here to help. Please do not stab him. Gross does not like being stabbed.
You all from before.
We are back. What is happening to you? Explain quickly.
I don't know. You guys remember, you guys had once used the song of healing on these guys, and they had somewhat came back to their senses for a bit. However, it has been a long time since then.
Yeah, we know this guy's name is Angel, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh. I didn't know that.
This was one of the ones that was somewhat less hostile after the last time. The reason you guys were even able to look at the banner before was because you got them to be less hostile before.
Right. Angel, we will save you.
You
Gorthos
do find,
swears it to you.
Gorthos, that a lot of this conversation cannot happen because you're still being accosted by another fairy.
Yeah. He just says, we will save you. As he's about to get accosted again.
You have one more round, I believe.
Can I steal his weapons off the ground?
They are like toothpicks to you.
I just don't want him to have the stabbing tools.
You can try to move them away if you'd like.
Yeah, just he might time them back. I don't know, but okay.
You pick them up and you toss them to the side. That will be an action.
Yes, I can live with that.
You have first
Hopefully.
you disarmed, then you use the time stone, then you threw them away. You have one more action. Because you have 4, I forgot.
Oh, cool. Let's see if I can pull more shenanigans. I don't think I can. The time stone's a stone. I can't really use that range. I don't think. So. God.
You've also already
wish
used
I
the
had-
time stone this round.
Yeah. God, I wish I had a bottle. Good thing.
If you would like to, you do know that using a dungeon action allows you to use a dungeon item.
That's right. I have 2 of those now.
But currently
well,
you can't do that with your regular AP.
I can. But I think there's a dungeon action I get to move, and I want to try and stun lock the other one.
How will you do that? Tell me what you
with
want
the
to do.
time. I want to use a dungeon action and try the same shit on the other fairy by moving over and time stoning them.
You use a dungeon action. Go ahead and use it. Because you have not done anything to this fairy, they are not displaced in time yet.
Oh,
You do not have anything to shift them into.
right. They haven't done anything. So I can't exactly knock them.
If you'd like to try to disarm them, you can.
Yeah.
You would have already used one dungeon action, though, I will say, to try that and have it fail.
I can. It's fine. That's understandable.
Okay. You still have one of your regular actions for your turn. Go ahead and try to disarm them. That will mean they have to beat another, 12?
Yeah.
I'll let you roll that. That's fine. Yeah, sure.
I think you said roll, and my brain went roll.
Yeah,
my brain is not.
I keep forgetting the saves and whatever. It's fine. You rolled it. That's a 4. That's fine. You notice that they do seem to send their spear out of their hands. Upon doing so, you see a potential future where they are disarmed and they go, oh my, and flail for it, and it gets out of their hands, and things are bad. However, again, all of you would see shifting back. They seem to still have the spear in their hand, and not only that, they're in a more advantageous position to strike. Before you go, this one is going to strike at you.
Okay. It's not like there's a non-zero chance it won't hit me.
That is a 16 plus a 5. That's a
has a
21 to
5?
hit. These things are strong.
Yeah, that hits.
They will strike you with a D4 plus 2. Where's a D4? I'll just use your D4.
Okay.
That is 4 damage.
Ow.
This creature seems to strike you as you try to take it away from you. This one seems to be a little bit more martially capable. However, this one is not holding a shield, so they have less AC and less defenses.
All right. So
you can try dungeon action now if you'd like.
Fuck it. Let me try and roll the best magic of my life again.
You could end. It could potentially end right here. Go ahead and roll me for another potential best magic of your life.
I can roll 3 times. That's an 11.
These are already spent because you used them for the last one.
Right, I grabbed the wrong ones. My bad. That's another 11. Come on, Majin. Help your brother out.
That is another natural 20.
Oh my god!
I'm getting really good at this time magic shit. I'm getting kind of concerned.
Time Wizard Gorthos.
It was the power of brotherly just fucking hatred because Majin's an asshole.
As you strike this one, the weapon leaves their hands and then it returns to them. They seem to strike back at you. Upon doing so, you bring it back again into the other bit of time that was displaced. Upon doing so, they fall to the ground and they look around for the spear that was taken from them. They look back up to you. What? Huh?
Ouch. Ugh, that hurt.
You guys see Gorthos rush up and do this. While you guys would also be going forward to go and do your attacks and whatnot and potentially do things. I do not see them coming back before Ronan is done with his song.
Okay.
Ronan, you play the concerto piece. As you do, you find that looking over toward these creatures, they are seemingly still somewhat aggressive after a bit. They look like they're going back into it. However, when you finish the song, their red eyes seem to dissipate as they were coming back very slightly. And as they do, Angel and the other fairies seem to look confused around more than anything. At this point, Obera would drop the invisibility on you and Marco, seeming as it isn't really needed.
Yeah.
I didn't think you actually say it would end when you meant it, when you said this would end.
Yeah. Because of Z and Argo's rolls, there was only going to be around maybe 2 turns left of the thing, if that. And these guys were going to be stunned for at least a turn or 2.
Jeez.
Oh, hell.
Okay. Well, fuck me. I guess I had the right tool for the job.
Oh, man, Gorthos solving problems like the good old days.
I needed from those rolls 19s or 20s, and you got 2 20s.
Jesus.
So
Let's fucking go.
Time said yes.
they are not cured. You guys all know this. Ronan, you feel that, again, just like last time when you used the Song of Healing, they will most likely eventually have whatever this magic is still overtake them. However, the 2 guardians of the pool seem to somewhat be less in a daze than they were even then. The Song of Healing still worked on them, and once you get the Concerto of Peace going on them, they are somewhat in recollection. The female fairy seems to be a little bit more lost than the other one, but Angel does go to them and go, no, it's fine. I know these guys. They can't be allowed inside. No, you don't understand. There's something going on with the forest. Please, you have to trust me. But they look to all of you, and then they look back toward the wall. You were saying, Marco?
Please, we're here to help, and if there's something in there that can help us, I mean, he presents them with the Master Sword. Again, my new badge of honor.
That
he just kind of leans back and just goes, "Do you do that as often as he's doing it?"
Oh, all the time.
It's really good, and I'm just noticing it now.
The Sword of Evil's Bane. See?
When they were like that, did I feel evil from them?
Currently you still feel like the sword can probably murder the hell out of these guys.
Do I feel that they're cursed specifically?
Your magic as a sorcerer lets you feel when there's curses on people. You don't know specifically if these people are emitting cursed magic, because they would have to be cursed for you to hear things. That being said, they do feel as if there is a very similar magic to the rest of the area seemingly on them.
Okay.
If there's, what all can we do for you while we still have our wits about us?
For some reason, you're being forced to protect this. So if it's
this is always our job.
Well,
our job is to protect the Great Fairy.
But you're
here.
Yes, this is an empty fountain, and you two are affected by some weird time shenanigans. That's why this worked on you.
This is
right now
this is our how do we put it? This is our punishment.
Punishment.
We are known as in the lands around Fallen. We came to the Great Fairy for some kind of aid in shedding our former selves. That is why we guard them.
Is that
by Fallen? Do you mean
our
anti-fairies, or?
I do not know the term. We are fallen because our Great Fairy was killed.
Killed?
Yes. They were destroyed. We no longer had any way of returning to them. We are the last of that area. As such, we looked forever we could for anything that we could do to aid, and we found the Great Fairy here of the forest. We saw that the great tree was not something that was able to aid them, so we promised ourselves as much as we could. But I suppose that has caused issue. Our fairy, they were devoted to the goddess of time.
Looks at stone. That tracks.
You could say that we are all that remain of them, two halves of the same, but we could never rejoin. That is beyond us. So we are two individuals now.
I see.
Yeah.
Right now, the great fairies across Hyrule they haven't been killed as far as we understand. They've just been reduced to single fairies.
Scattered.
I guess their power taken by another person.
If it is something you wish to see, I would also like to verify your claims. If you would like, we could open up the fountain behind us. Though, you must
Please.
promise to not perform any misdeeds.
You have our word.
We have no desire to do that.
Arthos swears upon it, upon his legacy, upon all of Hyrule. We are allies of the fairies.
As they go to either side, angel to one, the other fairy to the other. As they do such, the area in front of you begins to slowly open. Behind such, you feel a very earthy, very musky, like earthen feel, like smell coming out. You feel heat coming from the area behind, and as you do see beyond what appears to be a large bulbing flower. Upon looking to it, each of the different sides of it appear to have a pillar of some kind of strong stone or granite or some kind of a mineral. It looks to almost be the same stone that makes up the temple off in the rest of the woods, with again the flower sitting right in the center, covered with a sort of film of water. On the inside of the flower, you see nothing but what appears to be mud. As they look in, the both of them will gasp upon seeing that there's no great fairy there. Of course, you guys already know that. But you do see again this large, almost ceremonial pool with a flower in the center and a large amount of muck and mud sticking from the flower.
With the door open and looking inside, I mean, since I have the Blade of Evil's Bane, is there any evil beyond this point?
If there is, it's not something that the blade is telling you.
It's just empty.
It's like every other fountain.
I had tried to see this before. That's whenever you guys had allowed me to come here the last time, but they refused to open it. Seeing it empty is sad.
Extremely.
Then why are they protecting it so vehemently and so
Violently.
That seems like it's perfectly understandable to me. Gallon goes and looks in from where the area is parted. Whenever I went to one of these things before with my grandmother, they had taken the, well, muck that's inside of the flower there. Only the one that I found didn't have any sort of actual flower itself, at least one that was alive.
didn't have a flower?
I believe that it's different depending on where you go. This one just may have it because of all the vegetation around it.
Probably.
But from what I can tell, that stuff there, and you guys know the rest as well, is extremely powerful for anybody to get a hold of. You guys were saying before that you fought creatures that seem to have muck or mud over top of their bodies, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fairy magic is odd. It's very potent. Some of the most powerful magics there can be. More normal magic can hardly even hold a candle.
And yet it's filled with mud, so why is the fairy gone?
I don't know.
No one's come here to harvest it.
What do you make of all this, Z?
Well, maybe they were going to, but something stopped them?
There are 2 guardians here.
Well, if the Guardians are being controlled, I doubt it was that.
Hmm. Well, he wish he knew exactly what was wrong with him. Some compulsion from somewhere.
Speaking of that, do all of you mind if you stay here?
Z
Sure.
begins to fly towards where the flower is.
Let's see if this works then.
If there was anybody who had any right to go tread the ground, it's you, Z.
As Z makes their way, they find themselves standing atop the muck and water that slightly covers it. As they look down into the depths from where the fairy fountain is, he lands and, for a moment, looks back to all of you, looks further down. Yeah, I think... He nods, and you guys find immediately Z's wings seem to spread, and they dart downward, going directly into the muck and water below. As they do, just like before when Ronan was playing their song, you guys see magic coming off from around the flower, seemingly bouncing along the walls of this place, going back and forth. A rumbling appears all around. And as it does, I think we'll end things there for the night.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
You fucker. How could you do this?
With Z diving down into the first fairy fountain you guys have gone to visit. We will
Well,
end things
shit.
there and come back to things next week.
God damn. This is fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hope this isn't the heel turn of the century.
Z's the big villain.
I'm actually Ganon. Oh God, what are you doing, Squeaky?
I wasn't doing anything. I was just like.
I saw you move over Z. I thought you were changing his name or something.
No.
Wait a second. We just switched the words, the letters around. Just spells out as Xanon.
Xanon.
You knew it. I knew it. It was him all along.
There's no way he can be evil. He looks like Link.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how that works.
It is.
There's nothing that looks like Link that has ever been evil. Shut up, Dark
Yeah.
Link.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
That doesn't count. That doesn't count. That's a shadow.
Yeah.
But he's an anti-fairy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Or at least that's how he felt. Maybe
That's what we saw.
that also means he's the Ganon. Maybe Ganon's an anti-fairy. You don't know.
Maybe he's a ghost.
Maybe he's Gira.
Oh, he's the fucking least scary villain in fucking all of Zelda history.
I thought he turned you into a fucking piece of silverware.
Maybe he's the giant freaking black toothy creature with the weird feet.
Yeah. What was it fucking
The
called? It was
imprisoned.
something- Yeah, that fucking dumbass stupid thing.
The one with the toes?
Yeah, the toes.
His fucking stupid cartoon feet.
But yes, we're gonna end the recording there. Hope everybody had a good time. We definitely went down a completely different path than I thought we were gonna go down. We'll see how that affects things going forward. And yeah, we'll check you guys out later. I swear, if you
Fuck
guys
yeah.
would have went to fight these things immediately, it would have been super funny.
They've been fucking
You
TPK.
guys could have beat them, but you guys would have had to roll really well because these things are only weak to one thing, and you guys did not have that when you were first here.
Is it the time stone?
Technically, yes, but also they are weak to light damage.
Oh.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
because these are fallen fairies.
Wow.
At least that's what they call themselves.
I'm gonna find a way to time warp them back into a single great fairy again.
Gods of time, they're literally your fairy. Help them.
Help!
Help.
You have your fucking bodies now. Help us.
Yes. That being said, my dudes, till next week. As always, later days.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.